Welcome everyone. Welcome to our very first cluster board meeting for the Southwest Peninsula, Cornwall, the Isles of Scilly and Devon. Can't tell you how excited I am that we finally got here. We've got a full agenda today, but what I want to try and do is to actually just give you a bit of an introduction from me after I've sort of done my welcome, if that's all right. So welcome everyone. Like I say, first meeting. I'm not going to do introductions because we'd be here tomorrow by the time we do that. As you can see, it's quite a large board meeting. And if Ewan or Alison, you're finding it difficult down that side and you wanted to move over here, feel free to move if you're happy, but I will try and look. But as you can see, it's a very narrow thing. So wave at me as best you can to do that, okay? Apologies and absence. I think we can capture the apologies that we've got. Philippa, you've made a note of those. I don't need to read them all out. There's a few, and we've got some deputies in. So can I welcome the deputies as well? But when you get to comment, would you mind introducing yourself, everyone? And then as the day goes on, particularly over lunch, we'll make sure we mingle and say hello to everybody, if that's all right. So I'm going to move into my introduction, if I may. I think it's unbelievably helpful that as a country, we've now got a guiding light in the 10-year plan. We've all had our individual plans, whether it be at region, national, or at local level. And of course, up to now, we've been having a Cornwall and Isles of Scilly plan and a Devon plan, and here we are now trying to work towards a new 10-year plan. So we do need to go through a short window of time of just aligning our work to make sure that we are online with a 10-year plan. I just want to remind everybody, because what I'm conscious of is that the people who are inside the tent and know all this, you'll go, John, why are you boring me? But there's a lot of people who are around this table, and particularly as we're in a public session, who will not know some of what I'm about to say. So please bear with me, because it's for making sure that everyone starts today from the same place. So we just need to remind ourselves the decision to cluster was actually a national one made by the Secretary of State and by NHS National. On that basis, Cornwall, the Isles of Scilly and Devon have come together. I think it's also worth noting there's actually restructuring going on at a national level. The Department for Health and NHS National are in the process of merging. That might take slightly longer than even our merger that's going on, but that is a process that is actually starting from the very top. As to whether we get there or not, I think there is an expectation that with consultation, as we go through the next 12 months, that there will be a merger of clustered ICBs around the country, and that will include ours, probably looking towards April 2027. There's also been the work of trying to clarify a model ICB and a model region. There are 7 regions, for those who don't know, and there's a model region. Now, one of the beautiful things about a model region is, almost by definition, it's not a piece of statute that says this is what it will be. It's actually giving the opportunity for each of the 7 regions to be guided by where we're going. And the cluster chairs and myself and the executive groups met yesterday with region to have a conversation about where we were going. And it was quite clear from the regional colleagues that at the moment, until things change, is that nothing's changed from where we've been as 2 separate ICBs in terms of accountability, responsibility, and our direction going forward. Now, that might change, but of course, 7 regions have to work out what they each individually want to do as well. So, and I will invite, it's a shame that Rachel isn't here at the moment, but she's got other commitments. But Rachel Pearce will be with us this afternoon. Now, Rachel used to attend the Cornwall and Isles of Scilly ICB board meetings, and Mark Cook did for Devon. So I want to thank Mark Cook at this point for all the work he did for Devon, and introduce really Rachel when she gets here as now sitting on our cluster board representing NHS region. And I think it'll be important to hear from her quite what her expectations on behalf of region are from us as the day goes on. So let me just say again, we also had the conversation yesterday about there's a bit of a direction of travel of NHS region potentially going straight to providers and that kind of thing. That was unpacked yesterday, and again, things are staying as they are until things change. But I think it's probably more important you hear that from Rachel Pearce than from me, but that's the heads up as we get there. So let me explain some of the, and that means, just in case for the avoidance of doubt, that we will be held to account locally for winter in our organisation here, okay? That's not going up to regions, that's going to stay locally. So let me explain a bit about the setup since the 1st of September, because nationally that's when the 26 ICB cluster chairs, of which I'm one, were appointed. And from that moment, it actually facilitated then the opportunity to change. I want you to please acknowledge the fact that our terms of reference was actually set up by the 2 ICB boards, because the way in which this is working in most mergers, because we're not merged yet, as I said, but most mergers normally go from 2 into 1. At the moment, we've gone from 2 into 3. So when you hear me refer to the South West Peninsula Board, it's actually the joint committee, the joint committee of the 2 ICB boards. So our 2 sovereign ICB boards are still in play. They are still there, and directors are still responsible at one level. If you happen to be a non-exec, you are now responsible and sit formally on both ICBs, because you're now clustered and aligned. We have 2 sets of executives, which I'll get to in a second, and I want to explain a little bit about the partner members and how that's all going to work. So at the moment, we've got 2 ICB boards who principally are now going to, as part of the agreement that we had back in August by the 2 separate sovereign ICBs when they were sovereign ICBs on their own, they're probably going to meet a couple of times a year. And that means for things like the AGM, maybe audit, and a few other extraordinary meetings. But the ICB sovereign boards in their own right are unlikely to meet more than twice a year. And the reason for that is that we've agreed between the 2 ICB boards that virtually everything other than audit and remuneration is delegated down to the cluster board, our cluster board, the South West Peninsula Board, or Joint Committee, whichever you want to call it. I just want to state again, while we're clustering, there are 2 NHSE allocations, financial allocations, one for Cornwall and Ailsa Scilly and one for Devon. We are not clustering and merging the 2 into 1, and that's really important. And I know, particularly from my colleagues in Cornwall, how important that is, and I just want to give you that assurance again. We're not actively putting the 2 things together. Okay. So from when I was appointed on the 1st of September, quite a few material things then changed. We stopped with immediate effect all the old committee meetings, both in Devon and Cornwall and Ailsa Scilly committees, from taking place. And we replaced them with a new committee structure with immediate effect that you've all been circulated with, which if you have any questions as we go through this, I know it's in the papers, but I'm just trying to give you a summary as to where we've got to. So we've principally started from the 1st of September a whole set of new committee meetings in a new style. And I think one of the key themes that's a bit of a change from both ICBs is that we've now actually got one set of committees looking at in-year, and we've got a different committee actually looking towards future planning. So we've got a bit more dedicated time looking to the future than maybe we did scrutiny of before. Now, in terms of statutory partners and participants, you're all now in place, and you're either here, online, or unfortunately ill or on holiday. Part of that is the statutory members were written principally into the Health and Care Act, and the participants have been something which I've spoken to all colleagues about to make sure we have the right people around the table without making this board even bigger than it already is, which is large already. You each have accountability now for each part of this. So the reason why I'm saying that is that I would encourage, for those who are in Cornwall and Ailsa Scilly, to think, it's not my problem, that's Devon, or Devon saying, it's not my problem, that's Cornwall and Ailsa Scilly. When we sit around here, we are collectively accountable because we've been delegated by our boards down to working together on this. So please feel free to contribute. Don't feel bashful is what I'm trying to say. If you happen to be somebody who resides at the moment in Cornwall and Ailsa Scilly, don't feel bashful about coming and commenting on Devon. And for Devon colleagues, don't feel bashful about commenting on Cornwall and Ailsa Scilly. We're in this together. And I think it's really important that we approach it from that perspective and we make sure that we find a success of clustering while we're in the current state. Look around the table. Look at the senior nature of people around this table and on the screen. And also, one of the things that I'm so proud of is that we've actually got a very strong representation from the VCFS sector. Where are you, Emma? There we are, Emma. And is Diana? She's not here, but I'm delighted to welcome Diana. But also from general practice and primary care. When I first came down, certainly to Cornwall about 6 years ago, it was very much with respect. It was very much an acute and institution-led approach. I think some of the real great things that have gone on have been, and look at the 10-year plan, has very much been the balance between general practice, primary care, the acute, community health, mental health, etc., all working together. So when I look around the table, I actually feel that we've got sufficient general practice colleagues in here. I think we've almost created another PCN, by the way, but maybe not. But welcome, all of you, most specifically, and all the other colleagues. We have a big task, particularly as we start to convince ourselves of the need for the left shift in the 10-year plan. So if you've noticed, we've actually got 2 chief executives and 2 executive teams around the table. One for Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. One is an acting chief executive, an accountable officer, and one is a substantive accountable officer, and 2 executive teams. We're in that position where we need to be able to demonstrate we can afford restructuring before we progress, and I think at that point we just need to leave that and move on until we're able to take that issue further forward. I do hope we will be able to come back as soonest at our next board meeting or as soon as board meeting possible to be able to take things to the next stage. Now, like any group, any new group, whether it be boards or teams or whatever, we all go through forming, norming and storming. When I think about it, we're into month 2, so 6 weeks in. I think we've formed. I think there's a bit of storming going on. And I look forward to us getting quickly into that place where it's norming as we go forward. There's no 2 ways about it. We are nationally expected to achieve 25-26 as a priority, and I don't mean just the money. If we spend all our time on the money, then I think we've lost part of our core purpose. And increasingly, we need to be clinically led in where we're going. And I'm encouraging you to think about, as we go through the board meeting, how we're going to look to the future, to the 10-year plan, and be clinically led. And what that means is that we need to spend as much time focused on in-year as the future. I'm learning every day about my new part of my responsibilities, and you'll start to, I'm sure, start to learn every day about any changes that you've got in terms of responsibilities here. But the scale and pace at which we need to move going forward is of an order that I probably underestimated. And therefore, I think what we're going to really need is to have real clarity as to not just the intentions that we intend to have, but the scale and the pace and what that looks like in terms of how that's going to be delivered around this table. What I'm also sensitive to is that if you look around this table at the moment and in the board papers, we've got effectively 2 ICB board papers coming to 1 board. And therefore, we're going to have a serious conversation as the day goes on about we just can't function with this volume of papers. That's not undermining what's been done, but I wanted to leave the papers to come in just for us to have a conversation. If you feel comfortable that you can read all of that, digest it, and you get it both for in-year and the next few years, then I need to take some tips from you. That's all I can say. All right? And that's no criticism. That's just recognising the volume of work. And if you think about it, that means the volume of work the executive group are having to do to produce activity for us as well. So as we start to get into the conversation, you'll see in one of the papers as we go later on, I'm not sure if it's in part 1 or part 2, we're starting to have support from AI-generated activity where it's still executive papers, but actually trying to bring very large documents down to, and people from Cornwall will know what I'm saying here, pithy, short, to the point papers that actually articulate where we're going and the scale and the pace, and not just the direction of travel, but the implications. Because some of the things that we're going to have to do together are going to be at a veneer level, everyone will sign up to them. When we suddenly sit down and go, but what that actually means is we're going to have to move from X to Y and resources of X to Z, that's when the hard yards start. And that's for me where I would rather us have that discussion up front now with 5.5 months to go before we start the new financial year, rather than wait until we actually get into the new financial year. So what I want you to reflect on as you go through today and future committees and board meetings is the scale of the challenge that we collectively face. Now, we're not alone in this. The entire country has a major challenge. But we need to focus on how between Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly and Devon, how do we actually agree on the direction of travel, and then critically, how do we make sure we are clear on the roadmap of how we get from here to there. So I want us to actually be not just board colleagues, but treat each other as critical friends. And what that means is that I want you to actually say what you need to say, even if it feels uncomfortable, but do it in a respectful and appropriate manner. And then I think that will be something that we can actually learn from. So I think the roadmap is really important. I've touched on the need to actually reduce the number of papers, but I think agreeing the high-level principles of where we're going is one thing. But I want us to represent also, and when I've been in previous board meetings, I've actually had an empty chair around the table. So it's ironic in this meeting, there's actually a couple of empty chairs at the end. So I might, as the day goes on, just pause and ask you to look down there, and that's going to be our citizens and our patients sitting there and say, what would they say? Would they understand what we're doing? Do they, communities and local people, really get what we're actually meaning? Because we're in grave danger of understanding NHS speak, and ultimately part of the future has to be articulating the fundamental service change we're going to have to do is going to have to be with the support and engagement with those people that we actually serve, namely our patients and our citizens and our staff. So I want us to think about how we do things bottom up. There's some great work going on that I've seen in terms of high-level strategies, but a lot of these things have to work at community and place level. And therefore, I think we need to be clear on how we're all engaging at place and community. And there's no criticism there. That's just maybe we don't understand because we're all new to each other's part of the other part of the cluster that's going on. I would ask this, and for those of you who know me well, you know I've said this for the 6 years I've been down certainly in the southwest. I want us to be, in this room, institutionally agnostic. Those people who are here as the statutory partner members, you'll know because we've spoken about it before, is that you're here primarily to represent your statutory partners, not your organisational hat. Now, you know me well enough to know when you want to change that hat, just say so, please, take it off and we can have a grown-up conversation. But for me, it's an example where each and every one of us needs to be institutionally agnostic, recognising that the provider boards, most specifically, have the sovereign boards, still have their own accountability for delivery. Yeah. So we just need to be clear on what we're asking and what we're doing, and then whatever we promise, we need to hold ourselves to account for delivery of it. Now, I've discussed with the non-execs most specifically about, are we clear on where we're going, and are we clear on SMART objectives? Because we can have all the direction of travel that you can have, but if we're not clear on SMART, and you all know what SMART means, I don't have to spell it out to you, but it does include measurable and time. And therefore, it's difficult as a scrutiny committee, which is why when we get to talk about the committees and committee chairs, it's very difficult for a committee chair and committees to scrutinise something that doesn't have trajectories and has SMART objectives within it. Now, whether they're right or wrong, the ones we've got now, I'm not passing comment. What I'm asking for, as we start to develop our cluster, that we are collectively clear on our SMART objectives, on how and by when we do things, and then the committees can do the hard yards of making sure that we're doing those things as we promised. That might be a comment that's ahead of what's expected next, which is the operational plan that will come. So all I'm trying to do is get ahead of the operational plan and say, when the executives start to think about doing that, can you please start to articulate the SMART objectives, the scale and the pace, and clarity, as if the people at the end there sitting in those chairs who are our citizens, in their language, they understand where we're going. So to try and help some of the in-year work, because we're now in 25-26 and we're only halfway through the year, from the 1st of September, I appointed two deputy chairs, one for Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, which is Martin, and the other is Graham, who is actually on holiday at the moment. Their committees, which are now combined into, each have a finance, performance and quality committee, are primarily there to actually ensure that we scrutinise all the plans that we promised in year for 25-26, one for Cornwall and Isles of Scilly and one for Devon. So I'll be particularly looking to the two of you to make sure that as we come to these board meetings, you give us scrutiny and line of sight as to the assurance that you feel that we're doing in terms of performance. So trying to summarise, because it's a long introduction, I only put 2 minutes in for this, all right? Normally it would be 2 minutes. I think today is a new way of working day. And if it doesn't quite work today, let's be friendly and patient with each other. There's a few gremlins in anything you start new. So if it isn't perfect, That's fine. Let's find out what we should then do differently from next time to make sure it becomes even better and more slicker. And then as we go to the meetings afterwards, things will improve as well, because they're not going to just go from here to fundamental change. What I would say is there's a lot of people who write our board papers and committee papers who are not in this room, and therefore it's important and incumbent on the executive group to make sure that any messages that we agree here today, you pass that on to those who write the board papers, because if they're writing them for you and not hearing this, we'll end up with the same solutions that we've got now. So please, if you could own that, I'd be very grateful. I've also been speaking to the executive team about the need for them to release their own time, whether that be now or particularly as to the future when we get to any new structure that's being proposed. Without the senior team having enough airtime to think about the future, having enough airtime to talk to colleagues, having enough airtime to be able to think about not just delivering in year, but delivering the future years, we will have a group of very senior executives doing lots of doing. And at this level, given if you look now, we've got nearly, what's it, £4.5 billion between us to deliver, and a fundamental shift to get towards the 10-year plan. We need to be guided by the collective executive group in terms of their proposals. And what I mean by that is not just within each ICB immediate team, I actually mean the wider cohort of executive group, as to how do we coalesce behind them to make sure that we actually have a solution. So, a couple of final thoughts. I'm just an advocate of whatever we sign up to, we promise we must deliver. And therefore, please don't sign anything off if you don't believe in it. And I'll just say it one more time. I take silence in this meeting as support, because there's two ways to take silence. It's either I support it, so I don't need to say anything, or I disagree with it, and I'm going to go into the car park and make a different observation. If you have a problem, if you have an issue, please, I encourage you to say what you need to say, and then we can have the debate about it, because we want to have a collective set of decision-making where everyone can walk out of here with the consensus if we possibly can. So I hope you're as excited as I am about the future. I think we've got a great opportunity working together. I've certainly reached out, as I'll come to in a second in terms of my chair's report, but I can cover some of it off now. Having spoken to so many stakeholders, whether it be people around this table, whether it happens to be some of the council chief executives and MPs, etc., across Cornwall, the Isles of Scilly and for Devon, it's really interesting about the appetite that people have got and to actually get different perspectives on our state of where we're at. And I think it's fair to say there's good and there are issues that we've got to improve everywhere. So we're starting from a good place, but the scale of challenge we've got now is of a scale which I'm not sure everyone around this table has quite landed. So I will, as the day goes on, be asking Rachel Pearce just to confirm what is the scale of the ask that we're actually having. Because without starting from the same goal, we could end up being confused or separated as we go forward. So thank you for that. Unless there's any questions, I'll move on. Yes, Lopa.
It wasn't a question, it was just to say congratulations on your appointment and to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that's been done to get us here into this table. And, you know, it's been done in the last couple of months, so well done, John.
Well, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Okay. Any other thoughts? No. Right. Declaration. Well, we got the right number, 1002. I just got them in the wrong order, really, didn't I? It's 10, 10, 20. Let's move on to declarations of interest. Anyone want to declare? Still interested? Yeah? Nothing there? The only thing I'm going to say is I'm no longer a parish councillor, so not the biggest deal in town, but just for the record. And Smitesh, yes.
Yeah, just to say that I'm no longer a PCN, but I'm no plans here.
Lovely. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Emma?
Just to add that we are in the process as an organisation of joining the board of Cornwall Foundation Trust, so that's not in the current register of declarations.
No, that's a good point. Okay. I'm going to be doing lots of looking up and down. Okay. Chair's report. Now, I've done a lot of intro, so I'm not going to repeat any of that, but I would like to ask, by exception, before I get on to... Is there anything you want to ask me about the Chair's report? No? So one of the things which is in here is the work to do with the structure that I've shown you, and I'm hoping, is it this point, Philippa, we've actually got the Pricewaterhouse review? That's later, is it? Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, so in which case, let's just agree that you note the report that I've got, but there is a slight change to the responsibilities of the non-exec members for the South West Peninsula Board. Yep.
John, sorry, just one comment.
Yeah.
I think we've set out here a number of champion roles for particular areas.
One's
it would
missing.
be really helpful to perhaps have a discussion outside this meeting about how those champion roles are fulfilled and how the exec leads might link in with those.
Very good call. Yep. Yes, let's do that. And there's one that was missing, so.
Yes, apologies. There is an additional champion role a guardian role that we wanted to appoint to, and unfortunately I've not had the opportunity to have the conversation with the individual that I'm proposing as well, so apologies to that individual. This is a non-executive guardian role in relation to health and well-being, and my proposal is that Tom Lamb, as chair of the People, Customer Experience and Equity Committee, should take on that role.
Yep, lovely. Well done, thank you. So is everybody happy to approve? Yes?
It's just your comments on AI. I absolutely approve of using AI, and it's can we push it as far as possible? The stable door on AI has been wide open for a while. The horse bolted. We had to drag it back in terms of primary care, in terms of governance, but for transformation for this winter and next year, AI is incredibly important. And at this point, the governance is sort of stopping us from using it to its maximum.
Governance at primary care level or in this room?
I think across the NHS, really, and the implementation of it for clinical use.
Okay, so interesting. I'll bring in Kelvin at this point, but some of the flexibility that was going on in Cornwall and Scilly wasn't actually in Devon. So it's, again, a learning kind of thing. And what we need to be able to do is to understand now, rather than one's right and one's wrong, is what are we going to use it for? Because it's a really exciting tool. What we can't do is let AI write the reports and drive it. They're a tool that needs to be driven. But AI is much bigger than just writing reports. So, Kelvin, is there anything you want to add in terms of your perspective on this?
Just to add that we actually have trials going on actually in both Cornwall and Devon. So our trials in Cornwall are actually across the system, so RCHT, primary care, and shortly within CFT as well. And I know that the acute hospitals in Devon are actually trying the capabilities as well. So I'll talk to colleagues around how we can provide a bit of an update across all of those different trials, and probably some explanations of the governance models, which are essential for safe clinical use, and actually well established. We've certainly pushed a number of solutions through the clinical safety processes that are necessary here. So I think it's probably there are things happening, but they're perhaps not quite visible enough, and probably I think a helpful primer on the governance that's necessary.
Tom?
Yeah, I mean, just briefly, I absolutely support AI, support informing our activities, but we must remember person-centred, and personal choice needs to be the ultimate decider.
Very good. Steve?
Yeah, I strongly support the point, and just to signpost to a paper later on the board agenda in the second part of the meeting, we've got a paper and a presentation around integrated neighbourhood team transformation, and the opportunities there around AI are really quite extraordinary.
Absolutely.
So as well as the opportunity within the board, but the opportunity through delivery, I think, is really significant.
Thank you. And there's a strange irony that the single paper that's got the AI first summary in it is that one. So it does not say everything. Okay. Frank, can I make a suggestion? Could you touch base with Kelvin afterwards? Because there's anything that you and other colleagues, for that matter, could do. Steve?
Yeah, thank you. And Kelvin, I just wanted to support what you said. I think it might be helpful because I know there's a lot of national work, regional work and local work going on, because AI is impacting on all sorts of areas, has opportunities in all sorts of areas. You're right, the clinical stuff does need proper governance around it. And I think that work is ongoing, as you say, through the trials. I think it would be helpful for the board to see that and where we are with that, because it does unlock quite a lot of opportunity, particularly in primary care, I would say, at this stage, although there are some opportunities elsewhere as well. I think the bit about using it for our board summaries, I think it's just a sensible way of trying to improve productivity around board papers, and recognising today we have 74 papers, given we are melding together two organisations. What we've agreed to do, which I've briefed the chair on, is we need to have a conversation as execs about how we use that responsibly and make sure that finally there is an exec sign-off of whatever the AI system is developing, so that we know we can have confidence in that. But hopefully we can do that relatively quickly, because it's one of its strengths. And that will mean, hopefully in future, however many papers, IMs will have really brief, very concise and pithy summaries. And Tracy wanted to come in as well.
Thank you. Tracy. Emma.
It was to build on Tarn's point, really, because I think the use of AI is a potential game changer for us as a system. But AI is only built on what humans put in, and we live in a human society which is already inequitable. So we do just need to make sure that we are really interrogating that AI is delivering for our most marginalised communities.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Let's move on. So let's move to the Chief Exec's report. So Susan Azar, Acting Chief Executive for Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. It's lovely to be here at our first cluster board. You have the Chief Exec report for Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. There's just a couple of points that would be, I think, helpful to draw out. The first one that I would like to say is that this is our first board meeting since our Chief Exec, Kate Shields, stepped down, and I would like to pay thanks to the legacy that Kate has left us in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, and I know will be taken forward into our cluster arrangements, particularly around our neighbourhood health programme of care and the work that we're doing there. So I would just like to acknowledge the work that Kate has done, not only in neighbourhood, and thank her for what she's left behind, and I intend to keep that going for as long as I'm asked to be in this particular post. I think it's fair to say that the Chief Exec's report, since we've not had a board for a little while, you can see we've been fairly busy in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, not least of all in our comms and engagement work that we've done. We did a very successful campaign around Know Your Numbers. We know that we have high degrees of mortality through coronary heart disease, so getting our public to understand their blood pressure and the implications, particularly for various conditions, including strokes, really important. Lucy Tewson and the team have also come up with a fairly novel way of getting staff and stakeholders to understand caring where it matters through an interactive game, which it sounds fairly novel, but actually has a very important point behind it to get people to understand and actually think through scenarios that they wouldn't maybe consider in their day-to-day work. I think we acknowledge, and we've had a recent Health and Overview Scrutiny Committee, the concerns that we have within Cornwall around dental services we take incredibly seriously, and the work that we're doing not only in health but across into social care to manage the dental issues that we have, but also some of the work that's around prevention with schools, incredibly important. And we have got new dental services that will be starting in Cornwall to try and plug some of the gaps. However, we acknowledge that we've got a lot more work to do. The other thing that I would just like to put in a mention for is I think we're the only ICB in the country that have had all 16 integrated neighbourhood teams accepted onto the National Health Implementation Programme. So again, would like to thank everybody that's been involved in that far and wide to get us to that point. I think it's something that's worth celebrating. And just to finish, Chair, we are System Executive Group, really important meeting for us in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, where we come together as system executives that do an awful lot of the hard yards that we need to do for our population. We've just reviewed our terms of reference, and that meeting will continue to run in order to ensure that all of the plans that we discuss at board and our committees are actually put into practice. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Lova.
Thank you for the report. I just wanted to, it wasn't a question so much, but I just wanted to commend the tremendous amount of work. It made me so happy to read your report, particularly around joining the National Neighbourhood Health Implementation Plan. You're a real, real champion and outlier. So I'm very delighted for that. Delighted with the 300,000 for the Respiratory Pathway Fund, collaboration with your HIN. It's all kind of music to my ears. Your new GP practices in Helston, your dental care plan. So, and finally, on the league tables, I think I wanted to say congratulations to RCHT for being 18th out of 134 in the country. Fantastic. So very well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Luba. And actually, I didn't mention the segmentation. I think absolutely congratulations to RCHT, but equally, we have a responsibility within our system to ensure that we support CFT from their current segmentation and work with them to ensure that that's improved.
Thank you. Just before I bring in colleagues, you're right. RCHT is the 18th best in the country, but just to put a smile on Steve's face, I think if you take out the specialist ones, you're 4th in the country as the acutes. So congratulations, RCHT.
Well, thank you for that. That's very kind, and that, I think, reflects a number of things. A huge effort from staff across Royal Cornwall hospitals, and I'm absolutely grateful for the determination effort they put in every single day. But also, it reflects the support of our system partners, our council, our community trust partner, Cornwall Partnerships, NHS Foundation Trust, our ICB, our voluntary sector, and our wider partners. This is an interdependent system. So I'd also like to recognise the determined efforts from our system partners in enabling that, and say thank you to them, as well as thank you to our staff. What I wanted to say, John, was two things. One, to echo what Susan has said about Kate and recognise the impact that she has had in the system role, particularly, and just to reinforce that. But also to say thank you to Susan personally for stepping into the Chief Executive role. These are times of really extraordinary opportunity and extraordinary challenge as well. And just to acknowledge the leadership role that Susan plays, and I'm sure everybody in this room would do everything they can to support Susan in her acting capacity as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris?
I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that we've mentioned the importance of digital AI and the channel shift, but estates is a big issue for community and our neighbourhood model. So Cobra Valley, the refurbishment of a supermarket to provide a flexible use space for not just primary care but secondary care, voluntary sector to use, is a real highlight of the future of how we need to deliver care. So much so that Claire Fuller had intended to come down to open it, but she couldn't make that. But we did get her to the Isles of Scilly again because of the recognition at the national level what we're doing around neighbourhoods. And then I think finally what's being recognised is actually we're seeing now all providers, all partners, including council members, really seizing sort of the delivery of that neighbourhood model, which is really exciting to see.
Yes, Alison?
Thanks, Chair. Does this automatically come on?
No.
Oh, okay, thank you. Mittendale, good morning, colleagues. I'm Ali Borman. I'm one of the local authority partner representatives on the board. So really nice to meet you all. I look forward to getting to know you later. First of all, Susan, thanks for your report. I wanted to absolutely, on behalf of the councils of the Isles of Scilly and Cornwall, echo your acknowledgement of Kate's kind of legacy and our complete commitment to keep building on that. And I just wanted to add to Chris's comment around the neighbourhood working. I think we've got a real kind of buzz and passion for the neighbourhood working across Cornwall at the moment. And I think that we absolutely intend to go further than the current programme, the national programme. And we will be engaging with our residents and our staff groups to find out what really matters to them and what makes a difference, and developing that kind of blueprint of neighbourhood working. And I'm really looking forward to it. So thanks, Susan.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Let's move to Devon. Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I'll take the report as read in the interest of time, but there were a couple of things I wanted to highlight, particularly as this is a meeting in public, and there's as we enter into the winter, it feels like it's already upon us, just recognising the challenges that we now all face going into that period. There's an expectation that whilst actually we're already starting to see some pressure, particularly with an early COVID surge, that the real pressure will start to mount really from October half term. There is a great deal of nervousness, I think, both locally and nationally, about the scale of this winter and whether it may be one of the worst we've experienced, and that flu may be going to be at a higher level than we previously thought. I think the consensus growing amongst the NHS England national team, and I think we're feeling it locally, is that this may turn into a long, slow burn winter, which in some ways is more difficult to deal with than individual spikes. And I guess what I would call out, and I know we have providers in the room, is clearly the need to support staff in the UEC system, whether that's in primary care or secondary care, through that period is going to be really important as they deal with the consequence of that. We've got the Devon Winter Plan on the agenda. It's building on the approach we had last year, which I think saw for Devon a much stronger coordination and cooperation across the system and a better level of organisational level planning and response. Delighted that we have our newly appointed Winter Director, John Kelly. I think he's going to join us later today for that paper. Very experienced, and I think he'll bring good grip and control. On the vaccinations, which is clearly another really important part of how we protect the public and our staff, you can see the update in the report. Early data suggests actually that we are ahead of where we were last year, so that's in most cohorts, and I think that's grounds for optimism, but clearly we're at the very early stages and there is much more to do. So I would kind of use this forum just to reiterate to everybody how important it is for our staff and the eligible people in our population to protect themselves and their loved ones for the period coming. Of course, all of this, as the board will be very much aware, is happening in the context of continued significant uncertainty for staff within the ICBs. You'll see in the report, I've covered some detail here, but I think it's firstly really positive that the Devon and Cornwall teams are working ever more closely together, particularly as gaps emerge for as people are choosing alternative employment for very obvious reasons, and how we ensure that we can keep all the plates spinning between us. I think it's a commendable effort on behalf of both organisations that we are doing that to such a good degree despite all of those challenges. We've also, as Devon members will know, put in place a whole set of staff support, staff workshops on a range of issues, as well as offering wellbeing, and we continue to reiterate that is there for people as they go through this period. And I'm delighted that we've signed off our trade union recognition agreement. We had a really strong staff partnership forum, and I'm really thankful to the work that they've done. We are still keen, as the report says, to, outside of the normal trade union relationship we've now established, to set up other mechanisms so that we can hear from staff across the organisation. And I think that's probably now more than ever really important for us as a board. My report also sets out a few key areas of work, and I won't go through them all, but there were a couple I wanted to highlight. I think the local blood pressure campaign, really good local example of that community-based and prevention shift that we're trying to achieve. And it really brings it to life. Clearly, there is so much more to do in this space, as the Chair's already said, if we're really going to get our shoulders behind those 3 shifts. But we have many examples across Devon where that is now happening. I'd also want to highlight, particularly for the members who from the Cornwall and Isles of Scilly board, just the important work that's going on around the establishment of a case for change for cardiovascular disease in Devon. There's been a significant amount of work since the last meeting. It's important that the final version of this case for change commands the support of organisations, of clinicians, of patients and the public, including their elected representatives. I had the pleasure of meeting with the Heart Campaign recently, and they've been sort of vociferous advocates, shall I say, of having effective pathways, particularly in the Torbay area. And I think it was a really constructive discussion. I think we only make progress in these things where we have the people who are most passionate in our communities sat with our clinicians designing the answer. So I was pleased that as a result of that they've agreed to work with us constructively to help get the best possible answer that we can. It does mean that these things take time, but actually if we do this right early on, overall we'll get to the right answer quicker because we'll have engaged everybody, as I've said. So this case for change is an important starting point. We need to be clear. It isn't about what the solution is. It's about the nature of the problems that need to be solved. Once that solution has been once that diagnosis has been properly described in a way that everybody can support, we can then get to work in the new year to start to get that clinical and patient voice into the how are we going to solve this then? What is the best way forward? And that will form part of our plan going into next year as we bring our health and care strategy to life, which is also on the agenda. In the meantime, we continue to work with the Royal Devon University Hospital and TSD to drive down waiting times for patients waiting for secondary care cardiology services, and we are seeing some traction there, although there is further to go. So that work continues in parallel. Chair, I'm happy to take any questions. There's a few things I haven't specifically covered in the report, but I'm happy to take questions on any of it.
Thank you. Salma.
It's not a question, thanks, Chair. It's just for Steve.
Your mic's not
on. Thank you. Thank you, Steve, for that. I just wanted to follow up on your comments with regards to the case for change for cardiovascular disease services. I was really pleased to see the work that's taken place since the last meeting, it was last discussed here at the board. And I was pleased to see that a number of the comments that had been fed in have been incorporated and taken forward. I just wanted some sort of indicative timescale as to when this will be finished so we can kind of start to think about the next stage.
Yeah, really important question. Our intention, we're going through the process with the overview and scrutiny committees shortly. Our intention is to have the whole thing finalised in time for the December meeting, so we should be able to bring it back then.
Steve?
Really helpful update. Steve, you were talking about some of the challenges about consultation engagement, working very closely with the unions, which I strongly endorse. I guess my question is, certainly each NHS organisation, I suspect almost every organisation is grappling with these challenges right now. So RCHT, as an example, has a number of consultations underway, working closely with unions. And my question, I suppose, in a cluster environment is there anything more we can do in terms of how we work collectively together across the system on engagement with our union partners more broadly? We've looked at that within the individual ICBs, and is there an opportunity within the cluster to consider that?
Yeah, I think that's a really great suggestion, Steve. I think the way we worked in Wales was actually we had a partnership forum which was joint with all of the unions. I think if we can get there and we can do that cross-organisationally across the cluster, do it in the right way so that what we're having is high-level discussions, but that enables alignment. I think will help all the organisations deliver on their own. Clearly, there will be statutory responsibilities for each organisation, but I think that high-level thing may just smooth the way. So I think we should look at that as part of our governance.
I'd welcome that.
Thank you. Lopa?
I know I'm not the elected champion cheerleader, but I did want to say commend the Devon team for the tremendous amount of work. I mean, I've recently gone through the quality report, and sometimes at this board we often end up looking at things that are a problem, but actually we do a lot of things which are the stuff we're meant to do, the really good things. So I just wanted to commend colleagues for that, and also for working with Cornwall colleagues on an entirely personal basis and just making things work when we don't have the regime in place yet.
Thank you
so
very
well
much.
done.
Emma?
Thanks, Steve. I just wanted to look at the Get Britain Working piece. So in Cornwall, we have the Work Well programme, which you'll have seen in Susan's report, which is VCSE-led. And we've also, within the sector, delivered quite a high percentage over the last 20 years around employment skills development work from a VCSE perspective. So it would be great. I don't see them mentioned in your piece there, but it would be good, I think, to explore opportunities for the voluntary sector to be involved in that work.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. I would absolutely support that. I think whilst they're not mentioned, my understanding is that they are engaged in this because they're a really important constituent part of this. But maybe we can pick up a discussion offline.
Lovely. Thank you, Steve. So let's move on. So at the start, I actually said, please forgive the gremlin. So I'll put my hand in the air. I've added a gremlin to the agenda next because for those statutory partner members who are next on the agenda, I actually rather foolishly forgot to add updates from the participants in the room. So sorry about that, but I'll give you the opportunity in a second to have your voice. So let me throw this open to, we've got a short window of time to cover off. We'll do this differently going forward, because the idea going forward is that if we take, for example, local authorities, Ali, you in Cornwall, you look after, as a statutory partner member, you look after both Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly kind of thing. So we're going to do the same thing. Unfortunately, Anne-Marie can't be here from Devon, but Anne-Marie will be the lead for Devon. The idea is that if we take Anne-Marie's area, that the three key areas of unitary authorities, council authorities, rather, in Devon, will each write their own reports and add to whatever Anne-Marie has, which is what the invite to the Isles of Scilly has always been through yours, so you give a rounded view. So let me go to you first. On behalf of Cornwall Council and the Isles of Scilly, Council for the Isles of Scilly, what's your thoughts, please, as an update?
Yeah, so I've just got a few verbal updates for colleagues. So first of all, I think it's really important to acknowledge that the Isles of Scilly have had their adult social care CQC inspection report, and it's been published, and they've had a good rating. And they're actually leading the South West at the moment with the inspection reports. So I think that's something that we should be really proud of as part of this system. Adult social care in Cornwall, however, are still waiting for our draft report for factual accuracy, and I will keep you updated as and when we receive that. Just two other really important points. So Ewan O'Neill has been appointed as our Permanent Director of Public Health for Cornwall Council, which I'm really, really pleased about.
Congratulations.
Yeah, really, really good appointment. And Katie Ash has also been appointed as the Director of Public Health for the Isles of Scilly.
Yep.
So Katie will be working 1 day a week as the Director of Public Health for the Isles of Scilly, and then work as Assistant Director of Public Health underneath Ewan for Cornwall as well. And then the only other thing just to mention, which I think you'll all probably be aware of, is we are very, very deep in the business and financial planning processes across both local authorities, and it's challenging as ever. So I'll just leave that there. Thanks, Chair.
Lovely, thank you. So as Anne-Marie's not here, welcome, Mary. All right. We've had an exchange, and I think Steve and I are on the same place in terms of, I was reaching out to the council colleagues, as you well know, to see whether we should actually get in Devon the integrated care partnership up and running. And I think the consensus from all the councils is, as it's not had a functioning one in Devon, is not to set one up now, but to actually work directly with the Devon Health and Wellbeing Boards. Is that still the case?
The Devon Health, excuse me, the Devon Health and Wellbeing Board won't cover Plymouth, so that's what you need to remember.
I'm saying each of them. That's what I'm saying. We'll work with each of them.
I don't know, quite honestly, because I mean, certainly the ICP, there are people that you would have on that may not be on some of the other boards, so you get that extra. But since it's the first I know of it, I'll have to think about it.
Sorry, I thought we were responding to your request not to have an ICP in Devon.
No, I didn't send that. I'm not aware that I did.
Who sent that?
No, we'll have to talk about it, shall we?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a gremlin.
Yeah, no, fine. Let's move to the NHS Foundation trusts that we've got. So let's go to Cornwall and Isles of Scilly, which is Steve.
Yeah, thank you. Just one item I was going to update on, John, and it builds on the comments that Steve made about urgent emergency care and winter preparedness. As this is the first cluster board and we're in public, I did want to explicitly recognise the challenges around urgent and emergency care performance in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. And I know that's the case across Devon as well. So just thinking about this from a Cornwall and Isles of Scilly's perspective, every provider is under significant pressure, and many of the providers in this room are experiencing that right now. Our urgent and emergency care activity is about 8% above plan, which is placing significant pressure on all parts of the system, as is the challenge with an increasing number of patients in CFT and RCHT from a no criteria to reside perspective. And those things are creating a really very, very significant challenge in being able to be ready for winter. NHS nationally have said that all provider trusts should be at a maximum occupancy of 80% prior to Christmas. So to move from where we are now to that position is really very, very significant as a challenge. And I think we should all be absolutely clear on the scale of that challenge and really the extraordinary transformations that are necessary within organisations and across the system to achieve that. Since the 6th of October, all NHS trusts in the South West region be working closely with South Western Ambulance Service on mechanisms to accelerate ambulance handover. That has been a priority for all of us for an extended period of time, but significantly since the 6th of October, we've implemented further steps to enable that to be accelerated. That has had a material impact in the space of the last 2 weeks on all providers across the South West region in improving the speed and timeliness of ambulance handovers, and we can see that that's translating to a direct improvement in Category 2 response times. There is more for us to do, but it's positive to see that improvement. That, though, has to an extent increased the level of pressure within acute hospital organisations. And I just want to acknowledge that, recognise the impact that that's having on our staff across the organisations, but also show our determination with all of our partners to continue to take action to put us in a position where we do have the most effective winter coming ahead. But we certainly shouldn't underestimate the scale of the challenge that will face, I think, in the cluster and in the 2 ICB areas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Moving on to Devon. Sam is the representative on behalf of the NHS Devon providers.
Thanks, John. So just 2 quick things. Firstly, as we've touched on already, we've got some significant challenges in year to deliver both the financial and operational plan. That's primarily associated with where currently RDUH is, and we're working with colleagues in the system to look at what we can do to recover those positions. I'd just also like to support Steve's comments there. So if we look in Devon, so this doesn't cover Plymouth and Torbay, currently no criteria to reside is sitting at 14.5%. The plan was 8%. So we're really concerned going into the winter period and the new requirement to get down to 80% capacity occupancy, how we're going to deliver that. So that is a big challenge for us. We have launched our flu vaccination campaign, and that's going well. And that's really all I think was important to update on.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on. By exception, is there anybody who's around the table who's a local partner for primary care services or mental health who would, by exception, like to add anything? Frank?
Yeah, three things about primary care. One new acronym, local MPOD committees, one about Devon and Cornwall primary care, and one about fair share funding and the strategy that we've all sort of read about neighbourhood development. Devon MPOD, so Devon Local Medical Committee, Local Pharmacy Committee, Local Optometry Committee and Local Dental Committees have been meeting for quite some time and thinking about a future. And to that end, they are having a meeting with the Chair and the Chief Executive of Devon later in the month on the 23rd. That's about what they can do to help the system and working at scale. GP provider boards, Devon and Cornwall, we've met a couple of times and the plan is to meet regularly. The idea is how on earth do we scale up to deliver for the future as quickly as possible. To that end, it's quite clear Cornwall are ahead of us. They already have a good provider entity. Devon has had a great history and we have some fantastic GPs, but we haven't actually scaled up. So we are looking at that with a view to neighbourhood delivery. Congratulations to Cornwall for their getting the National Neighbourhood Health Improvement Programme. Also, congratulations to Devon, because they put in 4 bids in a very short space of time, and it meant huge engagement across the sector with, and especially with the GPs at the coalface, who, quite frankly, when changes happen, often don't know they're happening. I've had 7 reorganisations above me in my time in Devon, and a lot of the GPs on the coalface will say, oh, it's just another. This isn't just another, and to get them engaged is really important. What has been clear in us meeting is there has been a discrepancy in funding in terms of investment in neighbourhoods. Effectively, the Cornwall neighbourhoods have had £10 per patient guaranteed for this year, next year and the year after, with an increase potentially as long as they hit return on investment. And I think it's quite important for us to know that. If we as a board are saying we are going to have neighbourhoods as the unit for the future, that means that's where the money has to move to. So in terms of Devon, we are putting an options proposal together for all the GPs. That will be put to them. There will be a meeting with the GPs and LMC at the end of November. I can't tell you what the outcomes of that's going to be, but it is about us getting ourselves together to be a decent at-scale provider quite quickly. The last thing is fair shares funding and neighbourhoods. Devon, as you all know, has been 5% over fair shares funding, and that's what has to be effectively drawn back. In that time, and I will say this very slowly, primary care has never had fair share funding. Last year was the first time it got to fair share funding, and some of that was used for the deficit for Devon. So Devon General Practice has done pretty well to deliver anything, that, given that it was on a trajectory just to get to fair shares funding. And so I'm really giving a bit of a heads up that we're going to be putting a paper together for November to ask that money is put into neighbourhoods to get us on some sort of trajectory, to get us on a level playing field with the money that's been invested in Cornwall. And I'm not doing that because I think general practice needs it. I'm not here as the representative of general practice. I'm here as a primary care partner member to give voice to general practice, pharmacy, dentistry and optometry, but I'm here for the people of Devon, and I'm absolutely with Tarn and Emma that is the only reason we exist. It's not about money coming to primary care or being taken from secondary care. It's about putting it in the right place for the people.
Very good, thank you. And that for me is an example of, it's one thing to have the veneer of the direction of travel. It's another to actually say, are we prepared to move? To be fair, I don't think it's just money. It could be resources or a mix of money and resource. I think that's an important point to say. But I do think wherever we're going, having the veneer that says we're going in that direction without the substance that says we're doing this by that date and here's the consequence is going to mean that we're just going to count the clock down until April of next year and not conclude it. So I'd rather have it out now. So I welcome anybody. Doesn't mean you're right, by the way. Just actually means you have the right to have a view. Ben. Sorry, Ben. Sam. Sorry, Sam. Maybe, sorry. Yeah, okay. Sam first, sorry.
Thanks, John. Just to say, I absolutely agree with Frank. We are behind in Devon in terms of that shift to neighbourhoods. I think the other bit, though, that would be really perhaps helpful to share with this board that we've discussed at the Devon ICB board before is the equitable allocation of resources in Devon, because actually we've got to do two things here. We've got to ensure that resources are equitably allocated across the population in Devon and then deliver the shift. We can't do one without the other.
Sorry, just before I bring in Steve, I'm still new and learning. What does that actually mean?
So there is a paper that shows that the resources are not equitably allocated across Devon in terms of how we're using our resources. So what you've got is different resource levels. So if we don't, what we mustn't do is deliver a shift from one place to another and without working out how we equalise the resource base as well.
Yes, Steve.
I think this might be a great example of where we need to do a bit of a workshop deep dive on it. It's a very technical paper based on the ACRA formula, but we have received it and discussed it for those members who were around the Devon board previously. And then we need to ensure that, as you say, Sam, we've got a direction of travel on that built up through our strategy and through the commissioning intentions. So that's the intention of the work. I think it's one of those legacy issues we need to bring in and make sure it doesn't get dropped as a result of clustering.
Yeah, the only reason why I asked it, Sam, is that I didn't realise, you think I'd know having been in the NHS long enough, I didn't understand deficit support fund until I came to Devon. Cornwall didn't have any. So there are certain things like that we just need as a group to catch up on some of these things, and it's a bit of learning, because I'm sure there are things that the Devon colleagues don't know what's going on in Cornwall, so we need to find a way of inducting each of us a little bit as we go forward. Smitesh.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, just wanted to say thank you for putting together such a balanced and representative board. So I really appreciate that. But just to second what Frank has said across the board, I think it's important to contextualise that and just to highlight how invested primary care medical partners are in those three areas of channel shift and the leap of faith, I guess, that Cornwall board has taken to invest in that primary care medical partnership in the form of INTs. So demonstrable impact of our Wave 1 INTs, as we like to call them, on the ground. So, for example, in the Isles of Scilly, we've achieved a 23% reduction in emergency fly-offs. In North Kerrier, a 73% reduction in predicted healthcare resource demand amongst the frail cohort, and in St Austell, a 21% reduction in emergency department admissions for patients over 65. That's real, on-the-ground, tangible results that show that INTs are working, and helps me to kind of support continuing to move that shift of resource and of funding into the community. So I'd really like to see that continue.
Well done, thank you.
And just to add to that, obviously, there has been some work going on collaboratively between Cornwall and Devon GP colleagues to try and further that and look at what we can do both ways to help achieve that.
Very good, thank you. Steve?
Yes, both helpful comments. I guess one of the huge opportunities around clustering, and there are many, is that we can steal with pride everything that Cornwall's been doing today and then build on it. I was really heartened, Frank, when you and I met with the chairs of all of the committees about 6 weeks ago, where effectively we kind of laid down the challenge. This is a huge opportunity for you around neighbourhood teams, but you need to organise yourself to then get the email back a bit later saying, we're up for it, we want to do something. We've got to move at quite a lot of speed, so I'm looking forward to that meeting to see what the thoughts of the committee chairs are now about how they can do that. But we've got a huge advantage here of being able to take what Cornwall's done then and then building it in. I agree with you, the need to put money behind it. I think the Cornwall lesson is that you need to do that. You need to do it in a way which perhaps initially you're building teams effectively rather than trying to drive difference, but then you very quickly get to the point where you can see the sort of impact. But we need time for these teams of people from the voluntary sector, from primary care, from our other statutory partners to come together to form as a team and to decide what best they can do for their local communities. So I think it's really exciting that we can do all of that. What I would hope you see, taking into account the Chair's comments, the health and care strategy on the agenda today is not a veneer. It is a signal of absolute intent. And I think when you put that together with the strategic commissioning intentions, which is the kind of the granular detail that we need to build about what we are exactly doing next year, we'll start to see a clear line of sight from that overall desire to move in the right direction to what we're going to do practically on the ground over the next few years. So I'm very much looking forward to the meeting to see where they've got, because if we're going to make it work, we need to have a conduit in to primary care in its widest sense so that they can help drive this.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to put in one challenge, that as we move towards neighbourhood teams and neighbourhood working, that in the development evaluation we are certain that we include learning measures as well as outcome measures.
Tom?
Okay, so I'm in danger of agreeing with people who've agreed with me. I absolutely laud the direction to travel. I am going to push you even further, though, because let's remember that GPs are not neighbourhoods, and North Kerrier East is not a neighbourhood that anybody that lives in those areas would actually identify. Schools are not communities. Voluntary and community sector even aren't there. It's what happens in neighbourhoods and communities when we all go away or when we are closed that actually really matters. So when we look at equity, we need to really think about what do we mean by that? Is it about smearing it across so every PCN gets its own integrated neighbourhood team that's quite a lot, investing in GP surgeries for people to sit on phones? Okay, yes, it's getting some great results, and there's some really good joined up work with the voluntary sector that's going on, but we need to push even further here. When I was on lottery, I went to Kent and saw some of the Head Start programme that was going on. And there was a young girl who said, we were trying to explain the concept of targeted universalism. And she said to me, what you really mean is everybody gets something, but some people get a bit more. So the difficult debate that we need to have is how do we allocate the areas and the places and the neighbourhoods and the people and the families that get more? And that's not just about their risk of who's going to end up in a hospital. It's much, much broader and much deeper than that. It's a great start. Let's hope that we all do the learning that Neil's asking us to do to see where else we need to go.
Peter.
Thanks, Chair. And I welcome, like others, the primary care representation around the table. But in order for effective lift shift, we have to win hearts and minds not only of our primary care colleagues to describe what the future looks like with our communities, but also our communities themselves in terms of shift of their behaviour. But also, and I think importantly, not to forget, when you are moving something, the people who are letting go also have strong feelings. So how we engage with secondary care clinicians remains really important and not for us to forget about, I think.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. It was Lopa and then yourself. Yeah.
My question was something different, so I don't know if you wanted to comment along. It was just to ask the providers that you haven't mentioned the effect of industrial action and what has it all, particularly amongst doctors, resident doctors, junior doctors, and I'd like to understand if that will have any impact on the winter plan.
Who would like to answer that?
I can talk about this. Maybe I talk about the potential action around general practice, and I think Steve, you could talk about the resident doctors. So, at the moment there is the GPs have raised an issue around the switching on for Monday to Friday of patients being able to access the online tools to book appointments. I think we have to see how that plays out. I think noting of conversations earlier around the importance of channel shift, which includes digital, and Chair's point around a customer user experience and the patient's voice being critical. I think this is something we have to push really hard at our GPs to accept. And as a GP myself, I'd go one step further and say it needs to be more than just Monday to Friday. It needs to be 24/7 as soon as possible, like other health systems in the world.
Okay, so I'm really conscious of time now, colleagues, so we're going to go Steve, Ben, and then we're going to move on.
So just really briefly, if we look at the industrial action which has already taken place, if we look at the financial impact as an example, in RCHT, I think it's just under £500,000 as an additional financial pressure, and it'll be similar, I'm sure, and as Sam wants to comment, a similar proportion in other parts of the system. For the action that's already happened, there was, as part of that, an impact on a relative reduction in elective activity. Now, that has been mitigated. That's a lower level than previous periods of industrial action. Nevertheless, that's not insignificant in scale and impact if we look at those examples. So if there is further industrial action through the next 6 months, there would be elective impact, there would be financial impact, and there'd potentially be an impact on urgent and emergency care.
Thank you. So we're going to go, thank you for that. So we're going to go Peter and then Sam. Peter?
Thank you. I've sat on boards for the last 20 years and I understand our roles on the boards. I'll put a challenge to us, starting with our board today. This is about people. It's about individuals. I'm a person, I've experienced primary care, I've sat in A&E, and I really absolutely understand the frustrations of people every single day as I have conversations. So I think the frustrations we have representing our organisations, we need to think beyond primary and secondary care. People don't understand what neighbourhoods think. As I read those board papers, I was thinking, can I feel the person, can I feel the experience, both as individuals and collectively as communities? So that's my challenge that I throw down to all of us as we read those papers. Let's bring it right back every single time. Think about the experience and really feel that, okay? I'd like to say that as part of a public section of our meeting.
And if I can just 100% endorse that, which is what I was trying to maybe poorly articulate about the people sitting in the chair at the end, which is when I read the papers, because I've been in the NHS long enough, I get it. But actually, what does it actually mean to individuals? And I'm taking your point completely. You make the point all the time, Tan, in terms of we refer to North Carrier or whatever, and in fact, people see it as slightly different perspectives. I'm really sensitive. But thank you for that, Peter. That's a fundamental point we shouldn't forget. Okay, shall we move on? Sam, you put your hand down. Are you happy for us to move on?
Yeah, John, just to say, Steve covered it.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Okay. Anything else from any colleagues who are partner members? If not, I'm just conscious of time. No? Is there anything from any of the people who are technically participants in the room that would like? Emma, I knew you would.
Thank you, John. This is on behalf of myself and my empty chair here, who is Diana Crump, who's the chair of the Independent Torbay Plymouth Devon Assembly. And given that we thought there might be a varying degree of knowledge and understanding about the breadth and scale of the VCSE, just to take a couple of minutes just to set that out for colleagues on the board. So across the Devon and Cornwall footprint, through the Assembly in Devon and the Voluntary Sector Forum in Cornwall, we have an extremely vibrant VCSE sector. And I just wanted to pay tribute to John and the board, because with my national VCSE hat on, I'm seeing many other merged boards dropping their VCSE voice, and here we've increased ours. So I think that's something to be really grateful for, and definitely speaks to our collective ambition. Between us, we've got over 12,000 constituted VCSE organisations and thousands more local community groups, and that sector has developed in response to local community need, and by community we mean communities of geography and place, but also communities of identity. We employ over 50,000 paid staff, utilising over 200,000 volunteers and 30,000 trustees across our sector. And the combined community action creates over £2 billion of economic activity across the new footprint, which is nearly 6% of total economic activity across Devon and Cornwall. It also creates billions more in social impact and value, and recent social return on investment calculations regularly put that return at 3 to 1 based on Treasury Green Book figures. And I think these figures are important to talk about because the VCSE is a net financial contributor to both the economy and the health and care system across Cornwall, Isles of Scilly and Devon. 80% of the funding that goes into VCSE services comes from public grants and donations, and not directly contracted and commissioned government services. So when we're thinking about the VCSE, don't necessarily think about us always being recipients of finance and investment, but actually net contributors and the ability to leverage in additional resources into the services that we could collectively provide alongside colleagues across the system. So Diana and I have been working really closely across the two footprints for the last 6 months, and it's very clear that we've got very different VCSE structures across the two areas, which I think over time it would be great to help the board to understand in a little more detail. It would be good for us to think about how we can do that most effectively. In particular, the Cornwall's VCSE infrastructure has benefited from significant investment over the past 3 years, delivering a 3 to 1 return on investment. And by infrastructure, I mean the ability for organisations like mine to be able to direct funding into the sector in small grants, the ability to convene, to promote and support the wider sector, to enable their voices to be heard in the places that need that voice. And our investment in Cornwall currently stands at circa 20 million for VCSE services, and we would really like to see and encourage this new cluster board to be thinking about how we can level up across Devon and Cornwall over the next few years. And those services are invested in a hugely wide range of different services, from hospital discharge, supporting our acute trusts and community trusts, to community health and wellbeing programmes tackling health inequalities, door to door in our neighbourhoods. So I would really encourage this board to be thinking, where can I invest in and bring in VCSE services? Because probably outside of an emergency department, there aren't many places that we couldn't bring significant support, expertise and qualifications. I can see that both sovereign ICB commissioning intentions clearly position the VCSE services as a crucial and growing part of our future strategy and investment, and we really welcome that, and we'll continue to work with colleagues as equal partners to shape and embed the ambition and investment. And so I would just encourage us, as we're going over the next coming months, thinking about our commissioning intentions and working through the remainder of those for the 426-27, that we would strongly suggest advocating for, as a minimum, committing to maintaining current VCSE spend across our two footprints to ensure stability in a sector which operates on an unsustainable annual budgeting cycle, that we really look at the VCSE infrastructure investment required for Devon to be able to level up that ability to bring the voice of the VCSE and to connect, support and promote with the same capacity that Cornwall's had. In the spirit of channel shift and neighbourhood health developments and the 10-year plan commitments on sickness to prevention and hospital to communities, that we really do look for opportunities to think VCSE first across all of our services, and that commissioning intentions continue to fully involve the VCSE as an equal partner partner in the design and delivery of services. And we are both ready across our 2 footprints to support that work.
Excellent, thank you. And I think it's probably worthwhile putting a number on it, actually. 3.5 years ago, the ICB in Cornwall and City primed this by £3 million, from memory. It's not an insignificant sum of money to get yourself committed to these sorts of things. That's the kind of thing we've got to do. I'll bring everybody in a second. I just think it's worthwhile using this as an example. When I refer to veneer, what I mean is there's no point us talking about we want to do a commitment in a particular direction of travel if when it actually gets to the point where we're saying there's a request that you actually want to have the same funding next year as this year, that has an implication on other partners. Later on in the day, we'll be talking about INTs that have currently got a commitment for multi-million pounds this year, next year and the year after. If it's actually starting to double and quadruple the amount of, or triple the amount of money as planned, and there's no more money, that's an example where the discussion of the direction of travel changes when you start to add financial resources to it, because it means either money, Frank, or resources have to shift, and that has implications on sovereign boards. And the sooner that people actually get to understand those implications, that's what I'm trying to achieve, is just cite what is the implications and the scale and pace of what we're trying to do. So that's what I was trying to refer to. So thank you very much, Emma. I think it was an excellent summary of where we're at. I think the next person who put their hand up was Frank.
It's just to say that I had sort of 1 hour discussion with Diana last week. She can't be here today. I absolutely support the direction of travel about the VCSE. And I'd just like to give you an analogy about a football club. The board of a football club will come and go. The players on the field are all the staff. They will come and go. The only permanent thing is the crowd and the community that support the football club, and we absolutely have to engage with them. The VCSE sector are fantastic, and they do wonderful things with little funds. If we engage in those communities in a different way, and absolutely agree with Tom that it's about them, it's not about us.
Very good. Steve and then Neil.
For those of you who know me, I'm not going to go down the football analogy because I know nothing about football. Just to say, I mean, I think as well as it's really good that we've got a strong relationship, and I think when I came into Devon, knowing we had Diana in the VCSE was a huge benefit because we've got this depth of connection which actually hasn't existed in some of my previous roles. So really strong starting point. I think I would kind of go a little further with the importance of the relationship and to ensure that we have long-term stable relationships, including financial. This is an existential thing for the NHS. When you look at the demographic challenge that we face, being felt particularly sharply in the Peninsula, this isn't just about a society that's getting older with multiple long-term conditions. It's also about a falling formal workforce within the public sector. The biggest falling group are going to be our 45 to 64-year-olds. Those are our senior doctors, our senior nurses, therapists and managers. Actually, we need to find new ways of being able to address in a preventative and anticipatory way people's needs. And actually the huge kind of workforce out there, the willing members of the VCSE are an important part of that, as of course will be digital with some of that as well. So I think we need to ensure, and I would hope it's signalled strongly in the health and care strategy, that we need that long-term relationship with the VCSE absolutely the centre. And that's certainly been my conversations with Diana up to date.
Neil?
Aside from the added value that we know statistically is brought to the health and care system and communities by VCSE, I think it's really important to look at a more granular level, and the challenge for neighbourhood teams and people working in teams alongside the VCSE is to be very open-eyed about the level of skills that exists within the voluntary sector, and the need not to stifle the use of those skills by overbearing governance. And I really feel passionate about that. I've used the phrase working to skills in all levels of health and care too many times, but I really think people need to be aware what is on offer by individuals within teams and let them run. Okay. You'll get granular value from that. Thank and you. Learning.
No, completely agree. Ewan and then Steve, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. Just to remind the board as well, local authority in this role in relationships with voluntary sector. We engage with communities very closely and also are hard to reach communities. So I think my main concern would be about duplication or reinventing the wheel. And, you know, we'd welcome very early discussions about what plans NHS partners and colleagues have in working with communities so that we can maximise ever limited resources and play to our strengths, because we have a lot of things to share in how we engage in our footprints as well. Because some of that co-terminosity as well, earlier on we talked about INTs in North Carrier, there are networks that we have where we strongly engage with our communities as well. And I'd welcome actually inviting NHS into our world of how we do that as well, rather than the duplication, because then we can all use our money and resources more effectively.
Okay, thank you. Steve?
Yeah, strongly endorse what Emma has said. I think we're incredibly fortunate to have such vision and leadership in our system, and so that's my first point. The second one, though, John, builds on something that you and Steve were saying. So if we step back from it, the current level of growth in health expenditure, and I think it's the case in terms of elements of social care, is just not sustainable. So as a cluster board, we must find ways to very, very rapidly stop that growth above GDP, categorically, firstly. Secondly, I think we're all aligned that we think one of the key mechanisms to do that is to rebalance resource allocation, which is the points that have just been made. Yeah. But I think more significantly than where we are now, and by that I mean we need to reverse the shift we've seen in the last 10 years, which has moved quite significantly an increasing proportion of health expenditure into the acute sector. We have to address that. The reason for raising it, though, is the bit I don't see yet how we achieve is across the cluster, with the different challenges in the cluster, how do we arrive at a position where we've got an agreed strategic approach to that across Devon and Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly? It's probably not a discussion for now, but I think as our cluster board, it feels we should be saying right at the very start as a cluster board, that's our intent, that proposition, and then to give consideration to how do we get to that point where we can collectively say, we recognise that, we've got the tactical stuff for the next 6 months and the tactical stuff for next year, but we've got that strategic transformation that we want to achieve year by year for 5 years.
Yeah, completely agree. And when Rachel joins us later, and later on in the day, there are certain things which I think the whole board just need to catch up on in terms of things like the scale of deficit support funding that we're going to have to release back to the centre, understanding the fair share allocation and what that means in terms of the expectations of NHSE of us effectively returning that as well. Some of the scale of change that is being asked of us, particularly in Devon, is of a scale that is so material. We need that strategic thinking that's aligned with the pace and scale of what our regulator is asking us to do. But again, just in case the subtlety of it didn't come across, is that there is now a South West Peninsula Planning Committee, which I chair, which is actually specifically starting to consider. And we're happy to take discussions as to who should be in it and whatever, because to me it's this group, really, as to how we deal with both the planning for 26-27, at the moment by each ICB area, because we're not merging allocations. I need to say that again, all right? But then how over the period of 3 to 5 years that will look beyond the merger as to how, once we peak past April 27, what might then transition into. So again, please bear with us while we're clustering and then while we're at some point merged, because I think there's maybe a journey, but all of that is transcended by a 10-year plan and a medium-term financial plan that ignores where we're at in terms of clustering and merging. Okay? So let's move on, colleagues. Can I move us to, by exception, is there anything anyone wants to raise for the non-exec on your committees? We've got your paper. Thank you for that. Is there anything else by exception any non-exec wants to raise from their committees? Neil? Can you put your mic on? Before, so.
Chair of the newly formed Neighbourhood Committee, we met as a workshop in September, an initial start to the process. It would be surprising, given the passion and support we've seen around the table for a new model of care, if there were any dissent. But I think it's worth formally 4-minuting, asking, my final point was to ask the board to endorse the move towards neighbourhood working at place, care close to home, acute to community, and population health management.
Yeah, I think we'd all be supportive of that. Anyone want to dissent? Here's my point about silence. It means yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Sorry, John, not that I disagree. I just think reflecting on your point earlier on about specifically what it is we're agreeing. So just to test the request as do we support the principle of a left shift move to integrated neighbour teams community?
Yeah.
Categorically yes, but what you're not asking for anything more.
No. And to be fair to me, I might use the wrong language, but this is my point about the veneer. It's easier to sign up to the principle, but as soon as the rubber hits the tarmac, as it were, it becomes more interesting. And therefore, once that strategic direction gets converted into what does that practically mean on the ground, that's when we need a set of options on the table for everyone to say, is that where we're all signing up to? Because let me just say that, I know it's obvious, but let me say it again. The pathway forward is collective agreement around this table and with partners. If we try and impose or do anything, you very rarely ever hear me talk about commissioner and provider. Yeah, we need to move on the basis that this is a collective group of people wanting to cohesively take forward a strategy and its implications. And until we truly understand its implications, I think, Neil, of what is an expectation and pace. I mean, you and I started working together long before the ICB started, but I can recall our disappointment in Cornwall when we expected to invest in INTs faster and bigger, and it didn't actually happen. So I think this is where there's lots of learnings of history that different non-execs are bringing to the table, and one of that is, if this is what we want to do next year with 5.5 months to go, how do we get everyone to agree to it? I'm not saying we are agreeing to it, do not get me wrong, but we just need everyone to say, I get it, I understand it, because then you need to carry it back into one's own sovereign boards and say, does my board actually support that? And once everyone is then united by every sovereign board signing up to all of this, that's when we get locked in. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely, and not to extend it, but being able to then be absolutely clear on the impact of those transfer of resources. Yeah. So I mentioned before the example of urgent emergency care being 8% above plan. We need to shift that radically so it comes onto plan and then below, and be able to be absolutely clear on the impacts. And Smitesh, I think, really helpfully set out some of those examples. Seeing that spread across the region, I think, becomes a really powerful way of demonstrating the benefit of those investments.
And to be fair, I'm not passing any judgment here, but if I was in your shoes, the evidence that Smitesh is now being able to bring to the table, particularly as it's a local evidence, is so much more powerful than when it's been done in London or Birmingham or whatever else. So there is a evidence-based strategic flow, whereas Cornwall did have to take a bit of a leap of faith. And that's where I should have reached out and said thank you to Kate earlier on. So it's in my board report, and I should say it again now. Thank you, Kate. But thank you to everybody who's actually gone on that journey. Emma.
Just a general comment on the membership of the board of the committees. It would be worth us having a conversation about VCSE involvement, particularly in the neighbourhood health and the equity and customer experience.
Right, Sam, sorry, missed you. Final word, and then we are going to move on.
That's fine. So my board is absolutely supportive of Neil's question, but we've got lots of questions about, are we rolling this model out consistently across the peninsula? So are we taking the Cornish INT model and rolling that out in Devon? Or are we doing something different? Or so is it this committee that's going to answer those questions? Because the implementation of this is going to be absolutely critical, isn't it? And you know, for example, in North Devon, I'm now interfacing with North Cornwall that's running INTs in one way, and Devon that's in a different place. So we need a bit of consistency in what we're doing.
Yeah, and I think the immediate knee-jerk reaction I'd give you is that committee is there to receive the suggestions from the executive groups and consider the way forward rather than to impose it top-down. That's never been the way in which we've ever gone about doing it, and we're not about to start now. So I think it is based on what does Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly want to do, what does Devon want to do. You're starting from different places. We don't want one being held back the other, and we don't want having to mirror the other because it's not fit for purpose. So does that help, Sam, as an answer?
Yeah, absolutely. But as a provider, I need some consistency in order to be able to engage. So I can't really have Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly developing one model and then Devon developing a different model, because it's almost impossible to manage from my end of the telescope.
Maybe we'll take that offline and we'll unpack that, because that's got quite a large amount of implications. Chris and Steve.
Maybe I could quickly answer that, and I just want to reflect, Chair, your opening remarks about being clinically led and bottom up.
Yeah.
I&Ts is just a framework.
Yeah.
And bear in mind, as you said, bottom up. So all it is a framework. That's where the consistency comes. And I am going to use a phrase that I overuse, so apologies, tight, loose, tight. The framework sets out the clarity of what we need to achieve. The loose bit is for those individual clinical teams to design their model bottom up. So even in Cornwall, we have slightly different specific models to suit the community. Yeah. But then the tight bit at the end is the absolute explicit delivery and of impact. Yeah. So for whether you're an acute provider, this is about the a population health approach to see the impact on a community. So there will be variation, but actually the framework will be the same, which means that you get the clarity as a system.
So just before I bring in Steve, I can see some violent nodding going on. So can I just bring in Ali first, because I think this is important, your perspective on it.
Yeah, no, thank you. So I absolutely appreciate that we've got the neighbourhood programme that we're working at as a system at the moment. But like Chris, I think in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, this will look different in different places. Yeah. And for me, it's not just about working with our clinical teams, it's about working with our residents, what matters and what makes a difference to them. And then we've got the opportunity with the local authorities around the table to make sure we bring in some of our colleagues from the broader organisation, and that kind of, you know, broader determinants of health starts to really play in. And Steve, I don't know if you remember, but I did a piece of work in Powys, our North Powys Wellbeing Programme. And for me, you know, we did that with the residents, and I think this is really important that we get this right for our residents and focus on what makes a difference.
Very good. Susan, anything you want to add?
No, I just think the point around the population health driving the agenda is crucial to this, and I'm in fear of repeating what everybody else has said, so I'll be quiet.
Steve, you finish off.
Yes, and I was just going to recognise as well, I think part of the answer to Sam's challenge, I think, is how as providers, in our broader sense, we together form a view as to how to move forward. Yeah. And that's notwithstanding that there will be times where the ambulance service or acute trusts would benefit from a level of consistency. I can certainly see that. But I was just reflecting on the working together of Cornwall Partnerships Trust, Royal Cornwall Hospitals, Kerner Health CIC, the GP collaborative, working with ICB and with Council to try and shape that. So we've got more to do. But what I'm understanding in the new role of a strategic commissioning board is this board sets the strategic direction and then expects providers, whether they be primary care, voluntary sector, acute sector, to come together and kind of realise that. So there's another bit of this, I think, which is all of us taking that challenge away and being able to come back to the ICB board to say, this is how we think we answer kind of Sam's question about how we have that.
And I think that's the trick now. That's why I was saying about the executive group need to take this away and come back. But I think the challenge will come from that Southwest Peninsula Planning Committee, which is, so we've got 5.5 months now before the next financial year starts. We're going to hear this afternoon what the target is. I think we both know it anyway, but let's get it from NHSE directly this afternoon minuted. What is the task for 26-27, let alone 3 years from now? And then everyone can be working to the same goal based on whether it be community, not, or whatever, because the performance metrics along with the finances need everyone sign up around this table. So we get signed up around this table and we don't get signed up from the providers, we'll go nowhere. Ali.
Thanks, Chair. Now, I just wanted to make one point. It's so important that we get this right. We're going to have one opportunity to do this with our residents. And as Steve said earlier, it takes time. And I just think we need to recognise that as well. And I do get anxious that we get deadlines imposed from NHS England, that we all turn around to try and get a report done, but it's actually not the material business of what we're trying to do for our residents.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Sam, I hope you get the sense of everyone's feeling here. But the other sense I'd have on here is there is great work going on in lots of different places. And on this particular issue, I sense that the Cornwall and Isles of Scilly team don't want to be held back while other things are happening, particularly while they've got the national programme to get going. And as an insight, if you saw in my chair's report, I've managed to persuade Penny Dash to come down. Oh, and by the way, Tracy, I'm speaking to her tomorrow because she's on holiday at the moment. So we'll agree that. So she's coming down specifically because she wants to stand quite how well we're doing on this from everything she's heard. So that's really good. Okay, let's move on. I'm very conscious of time. All the non-execs, happy with that? Anything else you want to add? Yep.
Can I just add one thing? I'm hearing some of the uncertainties around a new way of doing things. And I just wanted to say that in terms of what the committee will do, one of the questions I explored talking to Chris this morning was one of the things the committee needs to do, although it's not a doing committee, it's an assurance committee, needs to make sure that at all times we go through this, we've got the right people talking with the right people in the right way at the right pace. And that's what the committee will need to ensure, that there's not discussions going on without all the partners we need working together.
Okay. So let's just pause for a second. It's now 11:40 and we're half an hour behind schedule, which is okay, because I think it's been a helpful conversation, but I just need us to recognise I'm happy to stay later if you are, but I normally try and get us away bang on time, for those of you who know me well, because there's a lot on the agenda today. So let's move on, colleagues. So I'm going to do the bit about the, as it says on here, the patient video vignettes. For those of us who've had experience in different places about the way in which the customer, that's how I refer to it, their patient experience being brought into the room. The way in which I think it's successfully worked in Cornwall and Isles of Scilly is by having 5 3-minute videos that, Lucy, congratulations, by the way, you've got an interim role leading all this and other stuff across Cornwall and Isles of Scilly and Devon, so well done you. And to be fair to Lucy, you and I spoke about this maybe 3 years ago, got this off the ground, and I'd say this, if you hadn't pulled together that and done, for example, the piece of work on the community health and wellbeing Brazilian model, I don't think the ICB board would have had the discussion around INTs the way in which it did and the investment that came with it, and investing at that point in time, as a direct result of those vignettes, nearly £1.5 million pump priming into getting what is now about 60 people up and running. That's an example where we bring those sorts of things into this room. They actually can have a material impact. And the trick there is to actually get everybody to read these and see these videos in advance, so we don't take up the board time in terms of presenting. People do them you do them in your own time. So with everyone's support, I hope, is that we plan to continue those now across Cornwall, Isles of Scilly and Devon. And I ask and invite you to work with the 2 chief executives, the chief executive and the acting chief executive we've got at the moment, such that we can be ready for the first suite of vignettes. And I don't mind whether there's 5 or if you want to do 50-50 and do 3 each or something. But I think we need to have enough to be able to start help informing the board as to some of the key issues and hearing them both from staff and from patients on some of the key issues that we've got. Anything you want to add?
Thank you, John. Just to say that we've actually had over 120 films that have showed the variety and really brought the patient. So rather than empty chairs, we've had the voices of people listening before we get started. And I think it's really heartening to hear the debate around everyone here today, how important that is going forward.
Yeah. And thank you to you and to the team that have done that. It's been, I know it was difficult in the early days to think about the volume of work that went with it, but if you think about the impact it's had, I think you'd agree it's been material.
We do, and we use them onwards and upwards from the board meetings. So we share them with staff. We've had the film shown nationally as well. Yeah. Some of the diabetes work that we've brought to the board has gone on and to be used by Diabetes UK. So some great examples of the value.
So it's not just for here. So thank you for that. So everyone happy we continue that concept across here? Yeah? Yeah, feel empowered. Well done you. Okay, so I think we can possibly start to save a little bit of time. Philippa, we've got now the South West Peninsula Assurance Committee support for the committees, effectively. Over to you.
Yes, thank you. So the report presents the board with the formal proposed terms of reference establishing the assurance committees to support this joint committee of the 2 ICBs. Non-executives will be aware that we've been holding some workshop informal meetings to test the terms of reference and the membership. I think it's important to reflect on the fact that As has already been said throughout this meeting, these have been pulled together at pace, and so we haven't necessarily got quite the right articulation in the terms of reference or in the membership. So we're very open to the idea that we need to keep these under review, both at each meeting, but also at a fixed point as we get towards the end of the calendar year, so that we can make sure that we are revising these terms of reference and membership as appropriate as well. And we would look to make sure that we have got a fully robust and appropriate set of committees in place for the new financial year when we get to it. I'm not proposing to go through the detail of the report, but I do think I need to flag a few proposed additional amendments that have come to light since the report has been circulated. One is something that relates to all of the terms of reference to the committees. I'm proposing to remove the word normally from the requirement to attend 75% of meetings, but to add in except where agreed by the chair of the committee. I think that should hopefully be non-controversial. Yep. I think it's important to reflect that we need to look at the membership of some of the committees and the attendance at some of the committees. And again, I think where we've stipulated regular attendees, that does not exclude others as well as we go through. I think that's important. But for the Devon Finance Performance and Quality Committee, I think we should be adding the Chief Medical Officer to the terms of reference as a key attendee in relation to his responsibilities in the quality sphere. And for the South West Peninsula Planning Committee, proposing that the membership is added to include the Chief of Staff from Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly to reflect her planning responsibilities, and that also the Chief of Staff from Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly attends meetings of the South West Peninsula People, Customer Experience and Equity Committee to reflect the communications and engagement responsibilities that she has.
Yep. And thank you for bearing with us and pointing out the fact that in our haste to get these up and running, we made a few gremlins. Thank you for pointing them out. That's why we do this. Is everybody happy to support those changes? Lovely. Thank you, Philippa. So we're approving the terms of reference and the membership changes as you've just outlined. Thank you. So where do we go now? So, Steve, we go to the health and care strategy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm really delighted to be presenting this today. Again, for members from the Cornwall and Isles of Scilly ICB, Devon has not had a health and care strategy, I think, for a decade. So a really important point, a really important thing for us to get in place. This strategy is a really critical piece of work because it sets out clearly what our strategic intent is over the coming years. And I should point out, because I think there was some discussion around alignment, we've had the benefit of having Cornwall colleagues alongside us as we've developed this. So whilst there are currently two separate strategies, and we clearly as a cluster need to bring those together, it's been great to have Cornwall colleagues in the room, because actually we've been able to plagiarise, as I mentioned earlier, with absolute pride. This is something that I've been leading on personally. For me, you can't guide the system to what it needs to do without having a clear idea about what your strategic direction is. And I think it helps to set the tone and expectations for all parts of the system. This strategy was also a requirement. We were exited from RSP with some congratulations, as the board members from Devon will know, of the progress that we've made on leadership and strategy. But they did leave with us the requirement to ensure that we landed a health and care strategy. So again, an important moment for us to recognise that we've been able to do that. I think the point I would make up front, Devon has been significantly financially challenged for a long time. The only way that Devon can get to clinical and sustainable, clinical and financial sustainability is through significant service change. It was said to me when I arrived that when you work on the basis of the allocation that is available to Devon, we have one hospital too many. Now, this strategy does not propose, for obvious reasons, particularly given our very dispersed rural nature of Devon, that we're going to close a hospital. However, it does point to the scale of change that we need to do in order to get back to where we need to. Devon has lacked a clear idea about what those significant service changes will be for a very long time. And it's also, whilst there's been many discussions about them, it's lacked traction on trying to get things moving on the ground. And whilst we've started to make some progress in some key areas, this now sets out for us what are the strategic service changes that need to be relentlessly focused on over the next few years to get us to address what is overall about a £220 million challenge within Devon. The advantage of coming late to the party with a strategy, as those who know me know I'm ever an optimist and look up for bright sides, is that we've been able to build this on the 10-year plan and the 3 shifts. We've used an approach which I'm used to and have used many times in my career, which is important, I think, to getting these things right, which is firstly you do a proper bit of discovery. You understand the issues and challenges and opportunities. Only then do you move on to design. We have a great desire in the NHS to move to solutions before we properly understood the problems. The discipline of staying in the discovery phase is really important. And then once you've got the design, getting on with delivery. We've also, because of the timing of this, we've benefited from over 3,500 pieces of information from Devon population about what's important to them as part of that national piece of work to inform the 10-year plan. I think we were fairly unique, and our comms team did a great job in relation to this, of being able to capture all of that stuff locally and not losing it into the national system. So all of that feedback from people across the system, hard-to-reach groups included, have been included in the discover phase about what we're trying to address. It's also, over the summer, had input from a wide range of partners and stakeholders through a whole range of quite intense design-focused workshops. So if these are the problems, what are we going to do about it? And that's involved our VCSE colleagues, primary care, and colleagues from across the system. And it's built on detailed population health modelling. So whilst the document itself is quite narrative, there are a whole range of quite technical documents behind it which do the forecasting around how our population is going to change, how the burden of disease is going to change as part of that challenge for what we need to address. Now that we have the strategy, and recognising the Chair's comments about we're 5.5 months ahead of the new year, this is now immediately flowing into our strategic commissioning intentions, which is going to be a strong signal to our providers about the granular detail of what we intend to commission next year, a little more broadly for year 2 and 3, and then indicative for years 4 and 5, but will absolutely be the launching point for that. And we have our first set of provider meetings in place this month to start to go through the implications of those commissioning intentions, which I think picks up some of your points around veneer versus actually what this is going to mean in practice. I should acknowledge that whilst the medium-term financial plan that's been developed alongside the strategy shows that actually we have a pathway now to get to financial sustainability. If Rachel were in the room, if NHS England were in the room, they would absolutely challenge us to say it didn't go fast enough. The challenge, the gap next year is too big. So there's a whole lot of work continuing to go on about testing our timescales, challenging our timelines to see whether we can draw more of the service change into next year. However, I would just reflect back on my comments I said earlier that to be successful, we need to ensure that those service changes have been properly engaged upon, that they're properly consulted upon, because the moment you fall foul of that, if you start on the wrong foot, you actually take far longer to get back to where you need to. So it's a go slow initially to go fast, but we do need to challenge ourselves. And we've already started the work now in terms of the changes we're signalling for next year about that engagement work on those specific service changes, because all of that needs to be done in advance of 26/7 if we're going to make the change happen. I think I'll probably pause there. I wasn't going to go through page by page, but we're looking for approval of this strategy and to note the further work that's going on the MTFP, given the rightful challenge from region that you need to go further and faster.
Any questions? Lopa.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that's gone into it, and I absolutely endorse the methodology, the discover and design. Having attended Penny's excellent EQIA training yesterday, just want to understand if these EQIA assessments have been done and at what level to inform the strategy.
Yeah, thanks, Lopa. A really important point. You'll see in the strategic commissioning intentions document in part 2, the EQIA process is built into the way in which we'll design the individual service changes. So at every stage of there's a four-point gateway process to ensure that when we get to the point of wanting to do change, and at each level of that process, we're running the EQIA process alongside it, because it needs to be at that granular level of detail about what does this mean for people, how will it impact either inequality or quality terms.
Thank you.
But I think the strategy needs to also go through an EQIA.
I'll talk to Penny about how we do that in a practical way, given that this is necessarily quite high level, and it does reflect the 10-year plan, which in itself has been through its own national impact assessment.
So we'll go Steve and then Salma.
Yeah. Thank you. I think, Steve, the strategy sets out really clearly the intent, the direction of travel. So that was really powerful to me as someone kind of looking into this fresh, if you like. The bit I couldn't see is whether it delivers what's necessary for next year. And that might be an operational rather than a tactical question. I appreciate that. But it looked like with the removal of deficit support funding, the medium-term financial plan for the next 2 years didn't deliver what NHS England requires. So apologies, that might be being dealt with elsewhere. That'd be my question.
Yeah, just as that's in our strategic commissioning intentions, the granular detail about what we are actually going to do next year. So this sets the overall direction of travel to give signals to the whole system, actually. But it'll be that granular detail that we're now working on with providers that will provide that this is exactly what's going to happen next year.
Because there's a lot going through our desks at the moment. All right, all our collective desks. As a formal statutory partner member on this board, how will Steve get to actually see the detail of those commissioning intentions?
Well, certainly for the Devon providers, given this is a Devon strategy, we'll be going through that detail actively. I guess I just need to talk to Steve and indeed Debbie about how we ensure that that's aligned and they understand what's happening in Devon, because there's clear overlaps. Because one of the things I want some advice on, please, Company Secretary, the advantage of having a Company Secretary that spans both ICBs. As I said in my introduction, we've all got skin in the game here on both sides. So in terms of transparency, I'm just keen for colleagues who are in Devon to actually see what's going on in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, and I'm keen for people in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly to actually see what's going on in Devon. That doesn't actually mean they need to have a voice in it or whatever else. It's just you're around this table, and therefore how do you get to see what's going on the other side? So what's your thoughts on how we deal with that?
So I think we've got a variety of mechanisms for that. We've got the informal working arrangements that Steve's referred to, Steve Moore. I think we then have the committee, the assurance committee arrangements that we can put in place. And as I said, we can invite members to those meetings. And then we have our joint committee Peninsula board meetings as well. So we have a discussion later in the day.
As an example, who doesn't commit to any of those, you have access to admin control, don't you?
Yes.
All that information is on admin control, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's no reason why you can't see it. So I think there's if you're interested, if everyone hasn't got access to admin control on papers that you want to see, why don't you get hold of Philippa, and then that's the easiest fast track. If you're interested, there's a view. If you're not, fine. Steve.
Just at a practical level, because clearly we're trying to work out how to get the cluster to work in this current environment. Steve, I'd be very happy for you and Debbie to join us in the Devon meetings, even if it's just watching on screen what's going on, so you can see some of the active debate going on, and maybe we can do the same with Cornwall colleagues.
Yeah, that's really helpful, and that may well be a route to identify further opportunities in Cornwall. We talked a lot about learning the other way, but I'm sure there's significant opportunity to take practice from Devon.
And just before I bring in Sam and Penny, I think this is exactly the point about how do we, almost informally, without having to set up meetings you have to formally attend, how do we set up an informal thing that means it just works? Because it's people that do business, isn't it, really? So we just need to find a way of, I just want to say it again, as long as you all have access to admin control, the papers will be on there, unless it's confidential in a contracting way from us ICB commissioner versus everything else you should see as a provider should see everything on both sides. That's the idea behind what we've set up anyway. So it's a bit incumbent on you to be interested and actively engage with it. Okay, so let's go to Sam next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I think the strategy is really good and really helpful, and I know the team have put a lot of work into it, and they should take a lot of credit for that. 2 points. One is I'm not sure we've said enough about the government's commitment to recover the waiting list. So I know that that's a 3-year thing, but certainly in my interactions with NHS, that pretty much comes top of the list in every conversation at the moment. So I just wonder whether we need to say a bit more about that in the strategy. And then the second bit is, as we've touched on already in this meeting, the implications of all of this are I'm going to have to all of the acute providers will have to rapidly reconfigure and downsize their capacity. So how do we manage the conversation with local authority partners around overview and scrutiny? Because that's already beginning to pop up for me in terms of small service changes.
Thank you. Yeah, just on that second point, I think it says in the paper, Sam, we're starting to do deep dive workshops with each of the overview and scrutiny committees just to bring them up to speed with it. I think from that, a whole range of things will happen. I think it's really important we have them on board, as it is actually for the health and wellbeing boards as well in their separate role. I think both of those things will be really important to us. And so your first question just slipped out of my mind.
My first
waiting list.
I don't think we've said enough about the government's priority about recovering the elective waiting lists, given that that seems to be the #1 political priority in many ways.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The strategy itself says, and it's probably a bit of a one-liner in there, that this will have to achieve all of the performance requirements set out by NHS England. It might be we just need to bulk that out a bit, but actually the real detail of that, as you would expect, is going to be in our commissioning intentions document that we're sharing with you about what we expect specifically for next year. And of course, we're still waiting for I don't think it's being called planning guidance now, it's planning instructions. Read into that what you will. Which will set out those targets that providers are expected to hit. So we will deal with it, but we will reflect whether we just need to strengthen it in the strategy as well.
Thank you. Salma and then Penny.
Again, I just wanted to say excellent piece of work. Well done to Steve, the execs and all the teams who've contributed to it. It's been a long time coming, so it's great to see it. Just a couple of comments from me, if I may, and I'll just try and kind of focus on my key ones. What was the level of clinical engagement in developing the strategy? Shall I just point them out, Steve, and then you can decide how you want to take them? I'd like to understand what the level of clinical engagement was. Something about the enabling plans then to help deliver the strategy. So I see how you're going to translate them through the medium-term plan. But some of the workforce challenges in the way that you described around the shrinking, ageing workforce, etc., that requires a 5 to 10-year strategy. Some of the colleagues pointing out about where do we draw the pool, NHS future pool from, what those models of care. So I'd kind of just like to understand how the enabling models around the money, the people, the estate is going to work in due course. More about the specialist setting, if I may, please. I know we talk lots around primary care and integrated neighbourhoods, absolutely essential. But I'd also like to understand the other end of it in terms of how we bring down change, what the opportunities for change around specialised commissioning down to specialised sort of tier 3, tier 4, particularly those kinds of area. And the last one is provider collaboratives. Be really good to kind of see how provider collaboratives are going to merge. I'm not expecting you to answer all of those things today, of course, but I think we will need to see some of that because that will be part of the kind of the 3-year plan, won't it? These are things that we're going to have to start moving on now. So just an initial comment on those would be really useful, Steve.
Yeah. Challenging set of questions there, so I'll try and do my best, at least just to comment, and I think then we can move forward. We have had good clinical engagement through the process in the workshops and in some of the other background work, particularly with the CMOs. I would, however, say that when you get into the hard yards of service change, how you engage those clinicians on the ground, for whom you would forgive them for not really having read this. If you're a jobbing cardiologist or a GP, we're going to have to get that clinical engagement really strongly up front in order to make the individual service changes. So still much more to do in that environment. And we're also looking about how we use our clinical reference group, how we use Penny's quality group, how we bring in the voice of therapists. And it does link to your last bit about collaboratives, because collaboratives at the moment have some clinical voice, but actually if we're going to use them to be able to help us with some of this, I've been working with Sir Richard Ibbotson about how do we widen that clinical voice so that we can rely on all of those voices being in there, because as Peter and Chris and the other doctors around the room will forgive me. It isn't all about doctors. We do need to make sure we have all of that. In terms of the enabling plans, yeah, you're spot on. The strategy sets out that actually, if we're going to make this happen, there are things that need to be addressed and things that need to be understood in terms of their implications. So I think there are 4 areas where enabling plans, we're starting the work on that now. And of course, this isn't from a blank piece of paper in many cases. The workforce strategy. So, what will this? If we got to the end point of this strategy, what would the workforce look like? And I would include in that the engagement with the voluntary sector. In that, this isn't just about NHS or indeed just statutory workforce, but we need to have a really clear idea about that workforce end state and how we're going to build that, given the lead times on training and so on. So that work is not yet done, but I think it's going to be really important. The second is infrastructure, and it partly links to the comments about actually individual neighbourhood teams might be different, and that's partly about what infrastructure do we have on the ground. So we need to both understand that, and then we need to work with the assets that we've got. And of course, we had a really good infrastructure strategy from Matt Chetwynd that came to both boards separately some time ago, which sets out the baseline for that. The third is digital in all of this. So a really key enabler is what are the digital opportunities and requirements that come out of this if we're going to make it come to life. I think that's the bit where, given the comments we had earlier around AI and so on, we're really going to need some help to think about what does genuine digital transformation look like, which is well beyond sort of the boxes and wires questions that the NHS tends to think about. And then the fourth one, because people have said many times around this table already, it's about people. You only get things to happen if you have people on board, is what's the OD, the cultural piece about how we bring people together around problems and help them to work in the most constructive way possible. So all of those enablers, I mean, this is the starting point, the tip of the iceberg, need to quite rapidly be put in place. And then finally, on the collaboratives themselves, so having mentioned that we need to ensure we've got the widest view, we need in all of this to ensure that our collaboratives are working to the best of their effect. I think there have been challenges in the provider collaboratives, I think particularly the Peninsula Acute Provider Collaborative. I think that's a really important vehicle for us to be able to get some of these service change proposals worked up, because they have access right into the providers. And as we said earlier, as the Chair said earlier, providers need to be part of this. It can't be done to them. We need to be working with them, and everyone needs to get their shoulder behind it. So I think there's a piece of work to do around ensuring those collaboratives are working, that we're clear about our requirements from them and they sign up to being able to deliver that for us. So I guess saying that the ICB needs to become more directive of parts of their workforce, recognising there are other things they can do without us. But in all of that, when you add all the collaboratives together, recognising there are voices missing from that, and we need to ensure we've got those wider voices, which the Chair and I are talking about, how we might fill some of those gaps. Hopefully that's a start. It doesn't tell you it's all done, but it's...
It's really helpful. I was just kind of trying to get us...
Can you hit the microphone?
Sorry, I was just trying to get us focused on the next stage. It's absolutely very happy with what we've got to date. But I suppose as strategic commissioners, and I appreciate here we're a partnership, how are we going to do these things? So I'm kind of trying... The next stage is about through using the provider collaboratives, through partnerships, through a different modelled workforce. It'd be really good to see some of that being described through co-production with local communities. Yeah. All of that stuff, it brings it to life, doesn't it? Sorry,
and
Chair.
I think, that's fine. And just before I bring in Penny, I think this is my whole point. But the point on the journey that we're on, for me, and Steve and the team brought this, as you well know, to the South West Peninsula Planning Committee, and we all celebrated what a fantastic piece of work it is. But it doesn't answer the question how. So that's the next piece of work. Yeah. So we all understand that. I think all we're just managing everybody's expectations with is the next bit now needs to which is...
You can't do the how without...
No, I completely... But having got that, which is why this is a great piece of work, and thank you everyone, and thank you to the team, now the next bit, the expectation, is how we drop down into that, because that's going to be the hard yards of really unpacking who does what, where and how. So we're going to go Penny and then Steve.
Thank you. So it's interesting, isn't it? It's a health and care strategy, and I'm coming in so late into this conversation. And, going forward to Steve, I'm sure we will co-present at the front. And I don't mean that in a pointed way. I think it's just really important that we understand that this isn't about clinical engagement. This is about clinical leadership. And clinical leadership to do the gritty and hard yards to land this exacting piece of work. So I think we did a piece of work, we did a piece of work with the System Quality Group and the Clinical Cabinet, because I looked down through the list of those clinicians engaged into those really important diagnostic sessions. So I'm getting some feedback, and others go on mute.
Yeah, please go on mute.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So there were a number of clinicians who chose not to attend. We did have really good clinical engagement, but some people couldn't get there, and that was the question we asked of the Clinical Cabinet and System Quality Group. And part of it was, we've been through the acute service review, we've been through the Peninsula service redesign programme, PASP, and we've spent a lot of time. We just want to press on now, and we want to be communicated with as leaders in a really efficient, effective way. And I think, Steve, we've taken that feedback, haven't we? And we've been really thinking about that. There's a bit for me about how do we work as a system when we've got very distinct roles to play. So we've put down strategic commissioning intentions aligned to this really important framing document. This document frames the work we want to do and is essential. But how do we come together as one with different parts to play in that? Because obviously strategic commissioning intentions are going to require some really significant change from clinicians' ways of working. And so the work that I feel is so great around the cardiology piece, for example, is that was reset with a really strong clinical engagement leadership model. That's our blueprint going forward, and I think that's it'd be great to see and share more learning with Cornwall around that approach. But finally, it's about how much, by when and who. That's what needs to happen, gritty stuff. And then I just want to come back to, I think, to Lopa's point, which was about equality, equity, quality and value. Those are underpinning principles that inform the design of the strategy. So the formal assessment falls out of that fundamental mindset piece that has informed the development of the strategy. So I wanted, Lopa, you to be cited on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll tell you what we're going to do, colleagues. I'm going to invite Susan to have a voice. I'll invite Steve to wrap it up, and then we're going to move on. Go for it.
So it's great, isn't it, when you're sat in a room and lots of people are coming up with different issues. I think one of the things, and it's in line with the point that you just made, Penny, we're about to review our terms of reference for the Clinical Prioritisation and Advisory Group. I think there's an opportunity here for us to do this jointly. And the clinical, we ummed and ahed about whether or not we called it a clinical advisory group, because we need to bring in our voluntary sector into that, and our local authority, because everybody has a part to play in the services that we bring together. But we also have a huge interest, just in Cornwall alone, with 20-25% of our population facing into Devon. So I'd be really keen. And in that, the first question we have to ask ourselves is, what's in it for our clinicians to come around a table, and what is it that's on offer for them to be able to see absolute change that's clinically led, not clinically engaged, which is the mistake we often make. And I'm speaking here as a CNO.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just Steve wants to come in, and then we'll hand Steve to wrap us up.
Yeah, I'll be really brief. Apologies for that. Perhaps I should have said at the start, I've taken on the role of lead chief executive for the Peninsula Acute Provider Collaborative, and I'm not sure if that was appropriate to declare as an interest. But I absolutely welcome this discussion. I think that's an example of a real alignment with the cluster ICB. There's a real power and opportunity there. And one of the things we've agreed to do in the Peninsula Acute Provider Collaborative is immediately review the work programme for the next 18 months. The timing of this strategy is perfect, Steve, in terms of enabling that to then drive the way in which the Peninsula Acute Provider Collaborative will deliver going forward. We've got very strong engagement in that collaborative already from our chief medical officers in the ICB, as well as colleagues from across the Peninsula. And I know you've had a number of conversations with Richard, and we want to work directly with our ICB colleagues on the steps that can be taken, and do that transparently, so that we can enable the rapid progress of some of the transformations that sit within this strategy.
So can I just ask a question, and you help answer this before you wrap up? I think we need to understand the role of the provider collaborative whatever PC stands for. There's something about what added value that brings versus working directly with the providers at pace and scale now. So have a think about that and then wrap us up, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and thanks, Steve. Yeah, I'd actually forgotten you taking on that role. So and it's really great to see. And I think I can answer that question. I think it's a both question. There are things that PAPC is best set up to help us deliver. And as I said, I think if I reflect on where Devon was when I started, the ICB was largely absent from that discussion, with the best will in the world, when we're coming down to quite difficult service change discussions, as you will know, for providers with sovereign organisations that they understandably have to represent, we weren't in the space of being able to call the answer in the end, which meant I think things went a little bit round in circles down there. I think this strategy gives us an opportunity to say, this is what we need you to do, and if you can come up with the answers which are clinically led, as Susan said, then we'll get behind them. But we need to call it in the end. So I see a really positive future for that. But there will also be areas, and cardiology is a good example of this at a granular level, where we just want to work with either one or two providers, whether that's acute or primary care at PCN level, on specific issues. So we need to do both and I think over time, and I haven't got an answer for this, and it goes back to Salma's question, is what's the shape of provider engagement in its widest sense to help the strategic commissioner to do its job. I think we've got some of the building blocks, but it doesn't all add up to the right thing at the moment. So that's definitely a case in point. I think on Susan's point around clinically, I absolutely agree. I think the other bit for me, though, is I think there are only two competent voices, and I've said this to my board a couple of times, only two competent voices in a room to design the answer to a strategic problem. That's our clinicians and frontline managers, because they understand the nature of what they're doing, but it's also our patients and the public. And it's actually, I think, our role as the convener to bring those two voices together in a constructive space, get them to debate the thing to death, and then come out with something that works. That really worked well for us when I was doing this work in Wales, because in the end, it isn't just about what our clinicians think. As important as that is, it is also about what our public and patients feel at the other end. So in all of this, I think we've got to work in that way. And I think, as Penny said, the cardiology example, I think, is a good example of that intention. Okay. So overall, I would just say, thank you. It's a great starting point. It's massive Herculean piece of work over a time period which was very short and in the midst of organisational disarray, shall we say. But it is also just the foothills now, what we now need to do. But without it, we couldn't start the climb.
Yep, quite right. And pass on our thanks to you and your colleagues. Thank you so much. So let's move to the recommendations, if I may. We're in a slightly different order. We're going to note the robust process and engagement performed to deliver the NHS Devon Health and Care Strategy. Everyone happy with that? Yeah. Then I'm going to go to note the further development of delivery plans to need to finalise the medium-term financial plan. Everybody happy to note that? Yeah. The reason why I've left this to the end is I wanted to celebrate and approve the NHS Devon Health and Care Strategy. Everybody happy to do that? Yeah. Lovely. Well done, you and the team. All right, thank you. So, now, colleagues, for those who know me well, we're behind time. This is a unique experience for those who don't know me well, so there we are. But good conversation this morning. So, the winter plan. I'm going to jump just for a moment, just to get some idea as to how much time we can spend on these sorts of things. On the green plan refresh, is there anything, everyone has read the papers, is there anything that you want to bring out of that, other than us moving to the...
Just two very quick things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to cover it now, John?
Yeah.
All right, okay. So firstly...
You're not on, Tracy.
Not on, thank you. Firstly, to say it is our first cluster plan, so that's a big benefit, and we've worked really well together, I think. It's a plan that includes all of the providers' green plans, and although it's called a plan, it's really a strategy, national requirement. Cornwall is aligning with Devon's alignment with NHSE's 2040 net zero target. We were working to 2030, and that's based on Cornwall Council and NHS in Cornwall declaring a climate emergency back in, well, a decade ago, actually, probably nearly now. All parts of the system are now moving to 2040 40 from 2030, recognising the challenges and also the fact that quite a lot of the money that was available to deliver this in a faster pace is now drying up a little bit. So even Cornwall Council have recently announced that they're not going to be fully moving to a net zero energy system until 2045, which is still 5 years ahead of the legally binding target.
Right.
So whilst we are being slightly less ambitious,
Okay.
there's quite a lot in there, but we'll still plan to deliver by 2030 where we can.
Okay.
The other thing I just wanted to say is there is a bit of a virtuous circle with the work we're doing on green plans. If we're moving things out of hospital and keeping people fitter, which are two of our key channel shifts, we have less reliance on the equipment and pharmaceuticals in hospital that emit the most carbon, and we reduce transport, which obviously also has a big impact. But what we did pick up at the planning committee and have reflected in this final version is that we do need to reflect and balance the fact that digital developments will create some carbon which we'll need to offset and make sure we've got digitally sustainable practices. So that will be part of the delivery plans that come next.
Okay.
So that's probably all I wanted to say in terms of how we've reflected on the
Lovely,
guidance from the
thank you.
committee.
So I'm going to move us to the thank you for that. I'm going to move us to the recommendations. Before I do that, thank you to you, Tracy, and the team, but also to Kirsty, because this is actually a joint piece of work together. So thank you, both of you. So are you happy to approve the Peninsula-wide green plan for formal sign-off at the South West Peninsula Board? Both Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly ICB and the Devon ICB will develop locally focused delivery timelines over the next quarter and actively identify opportunities for deeper collaboration to maximise regional impact. Everybody happy with that? Lopa?
Sorry, I don't, Chair, I had a few questions. I don't know if we've got the time to take them now. Can I don't expect the answers now, but perhaps I can just
Yeah, ask the questions, yeah.
So the questions were, firstly, it's an ambitious plan, and I commend that. But a lot of the emissions are locked in the supply chain, and I think it needs to maybe articulate that. That was one of the questions. Then energy is one of the biggest issues on emissions, and again, I think maybe it's not well cited enough in the plan on the energy side of how are we going to take advantage of greener energy. I would perhaps want some steer from you and from the committee on the audit of the assumptions that have been made on the delivery of the targets, because this is a new field and some of the figures being used are not necessarily well understood. And then finally, the offsetting allowance. You mentioned offsetting. Devon and Cornwall, you both have a unique advantage with the geography of the region and the fact you've got such a huge coastline as well. What there would be around carbon capture and whether you would be able to take advantage of that as part of offsetting. So, sorry, very in-depth questions.
Can you capture those and take those forward?
Yeah.
Because it does actually talk about feeding in opportunities for deeper collaboration going forward. So I guess what I was trying to get at is there's lots of questions that will come out of this, and I would encourage you to speak to Tracy afterwards, which is where I was going. But Frank, go for it.
Just one quick comment. I think this is a classic example of something that we could all sign up to as a veneer and not actually get it embedded in what we do. It is everybody's business, and it almost needs to be thought about when we do an EQIA. What is the green impact? Because that will change how we deliver the services going forward. And we absolutely have to lead this at board level.
All right. Will you build that into where you go next with it?
Yeah, sure.
Lovely. Thank you. So is everybody now happy for me to approve all of that? Yeah. Thank you very much. And to note that Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly and the ICB will uphold their ambition to reduce Scope 1 emissions as far as possible by 2030. This will be achieved by accelerating relevant work streams and prioritising feasible interventions that support this target. Happy to note that? Done. Thank you very much. Philippa, we're going to go to the next item, which is the Board Assurance Framework. No, we're coming back. I'm trying to leave as much time as possible for the winter.
Delay winter, aren't you?
No. I just know how cold it's going to be, so it's so no, I haven't forgotten it at all. So can we just deal with the Board Assurance Framework, and then we'll see how much time we've got before lunch to deal with the winter plan.
Thank you. I'll start with an overarching comment, and then we can take both individually. I think this is obviously an area where we need to think a little bit more about how our board assurance frameworks work in our cluster context. We will need to maintain separate board assurance frameworks for both individual organisations within the cluster. But I also think it's appropriate that we should be thinking about what are our strategic risks across the whole cluster. So we need to do a piece of work to think about what essentially a cluster BAF might look like as well. And that's something that we'll take forward over the next few months. We'll obviously be sharing with the Audit and Risk Committee as we develop it as well. So I think it's just important positioning to know that this is a point in time. We're maintaining our existing controls and processes, but we are also thinking about how we can move forward in terms of the cluster. I think in the spirit of not going through the reports that have already been read by people, I would go first to Cornwall and Isles of Scilly and ask if there are any questions or queries on that.
Any questions? No? Happy to move to the agreement bit?
Yeah.
Let's move to the recommendation, which is to agree the latest iteration of the NHS Cornwall Isles of Scilly ICB board framework. Are you happy with that? Lovely, everyone. Thank you. Noted. So let's move to Devon, please.
Thank you. And again, I think the only thing that I wanted to point out in the Devon board assurance framework was the fact that we are proposing a move to some new risk articulations for the board assurance framework. So those who have been on the Devon board for some time will know that we have been working towards a better articulation of the risk to achievement of our strategic objectives. And we took as an interim position the old NHS oversight framework themes as the best way of articulating what our strategic objectives were whilst we work through the health and care strategy. Now that we have the health and care strategy approved for Devon, this report proposes that we articulate the risks for the board assurance framework in light of the strategic objectives identified within that. So it proposes the board assurance framework which reflects the NOF themes for now, but ask the board to approve the risk articulations associated with the health and care strategy, and that would be what we would take forward.
Okay, so I'm going to move straight to the recommendations, if that's all right with everyone. So, yes?
I was going to make a general point about both BAFs, that we are holding some significant risks, aren't we, across both ICBs. And it will be important we continue to make sure those risks are aligned with the papers we're bringing here in terms of the mitigation for those risks.
And I intend to pick that up as the day goes on. But thank you for raising that. Yeah. Did you want to raise that?
Just to say, I'm probably slightly unusual as a CEO that I think in some ways the board assurance framework is the most important document for the board to be cited on, and it should drive our agenda. Philip has mentioned that now we have a health and care strategy, and Devon will be able to now reflect that through this. I think as well as identifying what the risks are to that strategy, what I'd be keen to do, and Philip and I have had some initial discussions, but with everything going on, yet to nail it, is the board assurance statement for me also needs to set out how are we measuring success, and that needs to be a very outcome driven. So it's not about the inputs or the actions, it's about what are the dials that we expect to turn as a result of this, so that the board can then get a rounded view of whether the strategy is actually having traction in the end for people at the other end of this. So I'd be keen to develop that, and actually for that to, with the Chair's permission, to start driving our agenda about what's working and what isn't.
We're very happy. And just before I get to the recommendations, I think, bearing in mind how busy everybody is, let's just throw that out there again, all right? One of the things that I'm certainly used to is actually having workshops, particularly between the execs and the non-execs, to actually work up the really big risks. I'm not diminishing any of the risks that are either on Cornwall or Devon in the BAF kind of thing. But what I would call our worry beads, what are the things that keep us awake at night? We haven't had the opportunity, well, the variety of things that keep us awake at night. We haven't had the opportunity as a group of non-execs and execs to do that yet. So part of the reason why I was trying to move us through this is that I was hoping to be able to say, Philip, that we'd bring this back next time on the basis that hopefully we can actually have a non-exec and exec workshop session to discuss it and then revise it when we come back next time. Does that work for you?
Absolutely. And one of the actions I've given myself during the meeting is we obviously need to work up a forward plan for these meetings and for development workshop sessions as well. And I think this is probably one of the first one of those.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we're in learning mode, again, I don't know quite how it worked in Devon, but in Cornwall and Isles of Scilly, we always had a forward plan to actually structure everything. And I'm sure you did as well. But part of the reason why we haven't done that is we just haven't had the time to have the discussions around us all to be able to do it. So rather than make one up, we just thought, to be fair, we haven't done it, let's leave that, and then we get people together over the next few weeks and work that, if that works for everyone. Yeah? Okay, cool. So, for Devon, agree the latest iteration in the NHS ICB Board Assurance Framework. Yep, happy with that? Yeah, good. Agree that work should be undertaken to replace the current NHS Devon ICB Assurance Framework risks and the proposed new risk articulations. Happy with that? And you're happy for me to add an extra one, which is that we'll aim to bring back a revised version of this, and we'll have a executive workshop session, whether it be online or I don't mind how we want to do it, but I think it's important that we actually have a free-thinking moment of quality time, both for Cornwall and for Devon, particularly as the non-execs are now merged and aligned across everything. We might choose to think about how we do that, whether it's combined with everybody or whether we do one for Cornwall and one for Devon, but I'll let you take that away.
I just wanted to add, Chair, that if there's any possibility of harmonising the format across the cluster, that would be
definitely. And I think having now aligned the non-exec group, it's going to almost require us to do that so there is consistency. But I'm going to throw that, if it's all right, to the Company Secretary. You propose something, make sure the chief executives are happy with it, make sure the non-exec's happy with it, and then that'll be the format that we get into it. But it's the first, we haven't had one yet. I think that's the point.
I think absolutely, and one of the benefits of working across both organisations is that's facilitated by that. But I think it's important to recognise at this point, before we've had any of these workshop-style conversations, that it is entirely possible that we may have different risks within Cornwall and with Devon, and so whilst we'll look towards a harmonisation of the style and the structure. Correct. It's not
Content.
Necessarily
no.
of the content.
You weren't suggesting that.
No, but I think it's worth emphasising.
Worth noting.
That,
Okay, everyone. So we've done that. So let's look at the clock again. It's past. We've now surprisingly left ourselves 20 minutes. We've almost caught up. How lovely is that? So we're going to focus on the winter plan. Now, what I would normally do is where there is going to be, I'm aware of a set of proposed changes to the recommendations that are in your board packs. What I usually do is I actually mention them up front, just to see what the changes are. So you've got no point waiting until the end of the paper and say, John, why didn't you tell me that? So I tell you where I think we've got to in terms of the changes that will come from what's in your board pack to a set of recommendations. We'll then go through the discussion, and then I'll turn to Philippa and actually say, now, what are the board's recommendations from the discussion? Does that work for you as a plan? Yeah? Have you heard of that? Yeah? Good. Okay. So at the moment, this particular, for Cornwall, at the moment it actually just says note the contents of the plan, whereas the proposal is going to be to A, approve the board assurance statement, and B, approve the Cornwall and Isles of Scilly system winter plan. Now, with that context, now I'm going to hand over to Susan to actually talk through the paper, but with a slightly different proposed set of recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, we've added to the heft of the papers because we've included all of the system winter plans for all of our providers alongside their board assurance statements. So I take the executive lead for winter planning and have done for some years. I don't know who I upset to be able to do that, to carry it for so long. James Glanville is doing our recommended winter director on a couple of days a week. He's our lead for urgent and emergency care, so it keeps it all together. So in terms of our winter plan, we've done our scenario stress testing of the system winter plans. We did that at the end of September, led by our emergency preparedness and resilience team, very successful. However, we will continue to stress test these winter plans as we go through winter. I think the comments have already been made. We're in for another tough winter, and we've been saying that every year since COVID. And I think the reason for that is when we started in the ICB in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, we recognised that frailty particularly would increase by 11% over 5 years. And I think that's what we feel every winter as we go through. And at times it feels like we are scratching the iceberg, if you like. This is where our AI is really helpful, particularly the brave AI that sits within our neighbourhoods and INTs, because that should be flagging people who we know do not do well in winter, who really suffer, to be able to put in some preemptive care before they end up in our ED departments. And with longer stays in hospitals than we would like for them. So I will give a shout out for AI. I do think we are a person-centred service. However, AI offers us some safety netting and some useful prompts when we pop in some of our performance weeks on weeks, just to give us an idea of where we really do need to laser focus some of our actions. That's the way that we've been using AI, particularly in line with winter. So firstly, the plan for Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly aligns with the Urgent and Emergency National Plan, which was released in June 2025 to improve outcomes, but also to improve staff experience. We cannot underestimate the toll this takes on staff, particularly if you're in an ED and you leave your shift and you come back and the same group of people, patients, are still in your ED department. It's quite demoralising. So being clear on what we do to support our staff this winter is going to be pivotal. We've applied learning from previous winters. Something we've been accused of in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly is we come up with lots of great ideas and actually we have lots of action plans and lots of pilots, and we sometimes get a bit lost in great ideas. So we decided this year to just concentrate on all the things that we did in terms of a reform programme last year and previous years. So like the right care cars, X-ray cars, all of those sorts of things, single point of access. And I have to thank Kerno CIC, who have been very flexible and very quick to respond to the asks that we've made in previous winters and continue to stress test those services. Maintaining a whole system coordination has been one of the lessons that we've learned over the last few years. So we have our system coordination centre that we know flips to an incident control centre as we are a Category 1 responder. And we know that our providers also have their own equivalent of SCCs when we're in escalation. And that cross-conversation is so important because it allows frontline clinicians to just get on with the work that they need to do without being caught up in endless phone calls, which I think is some of the things that we've had happening before. And the thing that I'm personally pushing, chairing gold calls and chairing the Tier 1 meetings, is that we stay true to our process of escalation. We don't circumvent it, and we're very clear about what we're taking to gold meetings and what needs to be done at our bronze level, and our staff feel empowered to make the decisions that they need to make for their population. So our key system priorities, very quickly, is to support RCHT to improve particularly the out of hours and at night demand that's made on ED, and that's not just for RCHT to concentrate on, it's for all of us as a system to do that, and to expand on our primary care resources, and I'm talking about primary care in its totality, not just GPs. As I've said, enhance our single point of access. We know that's been a real failing in health services of past years, is there's so many different routes in for people, it's very hard to coordinate. So that has been a real bonus for us. We just need to make sure that all of our partners are using that single point of access, and in particular SWAST, having the confidence that when they phone, they'll get a good response. And if it's not to ED, where can they go and again get a timely response from that signposting. We do know that we have to expand further our Pathway 1 capacity, particularly in the north and east that serves the UHP patch. That has not been easy. And we've done an awful lot of work around that. We do need to stem the flow and the reliance on P1 because I think it's something that could continue to grow. So the work that we do through our neighbourhoods and through the front door is really pivotal in starting to reduce some of that reliance on P1 packages, P2 and P3s as well. I've said the engagement with our INTs regarding population is going to be really pivotal to get our place directors right alongside all of our winter plans, and they came to the scenario testing, really important. We need to optimise virtual ward capacity, particularly for respiratory and heart failure. We know those are two big issues for winter, and we've now got pathways for low-risk chest pain and respiratory that are being used, and we will continue to ramp those up. And we need to standardise our frailty same-day emergency care across Cornwall. We invested in a strategic spine of services throughout the county. We need to make sure they all operate to a very standard policy. And we know that there are going to be some variations, but we can't have that happening so wildly that our SWAST, particularly our SWAST colleagues, don't know where to take people for what. Vaccination strategy, really, really important. And we are pushing this to target frontline staff and at-risk groups and looking at co-administration of flu, COVID-19, RSV and pneumococcal vaccinations, and speaking to our population about the importance. Flu is not just a heavy cold. The ramifications of having flu when you are particularly young or particularly old, even for, dare I say, at my age, it's pretty awful. So being really clear about the importance of that, but making those vaccinations access so much easier than they've been, I think, in the past. And the work with the VSCs around the warm hubs and getting them into the warm hubs helps us to reach some of those people that just haven't got the transportation to get to some of those vaccination centres. And further collaboration with our EPRR teams, really important. And we gain an awful lot from doing that work with them. We are a Tier 1 system for UEC, for urgent and emergency care, and as such we have 7 pillars around that. We have a weekly UEC meeting where we go through each of those pillars, and we've integrated all of the work that we've done around our winter planning. We have decided that given our mental health services are often in Opal 4, they have their own 5 pillars rather than having 1 pillar, and particularly ensuring that we do not add further to those people that are going out of county for placements within mental health, getting much further upstream to intervene before crisis hits. Our transformation programmes, again, pivotal. So all of the work that we've done around frailty reform, expanding our same-day emergency cares, our community access and treatment units and hospital at home. Our end-of-life reform for 24/7 services for people in the last few weeks of life, having them going to the acute trust because nowhere else is open and available is not something that's tenable and that we accept within our county. So we're working really hard to ensure that people get to die in the place of their choosing, surrounded by the people that matter most to them. And that's something that has to be more than just veneer, and very much wedded to. Our discharge to assess, embed the home first culture, and our colleagues within adult social care have been fantastic in breaking some of those cultural barriers down to get people home and have their assessments done at home. And at home can also be within residential care settings as well. It's not just within their own homes. And we will continue to work through the discharge assess. I think it's fair to say we've not had a great track record in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly around discharge to assess, and it's something collectively we want to improve before going into winter. Our partner plans and readiness, they're all there for you to see. There are specific focuses. RCHT, Steve's already alluded to the fact that we really do need to focus as a system on flow, not just for the acute trust, but throughout our system, and make that experience for our patients much more palatable than it is at the moment, because it's really difficult. If you're an elderly person in a corridor, it's not where you'd want your loved ones to be. And the workforce resilience we will continue to work through. Within our community trusts, strengthen our mental health discharges, all of our infection controls. We know that hits some of our community hospitals really hard, norovirus and COVID in particular. They have less square footage in some of those community hospitals to do the things that we could do in an acute trust. So really important that we maintain that focus. And in service of that, we have a number of cells that sit under our system coordination centre that looks at discharge at home, discharge to home, hospital at home, infection control and prevention, and our clinicians as well. And we also put in a transport hub, which is always one of those factors that cause us an inordinate amount of pain if we don't get it right. I'm coming to the end. Adult social care and VCSE contributions are pivotal, and we rely heavily on them and are very grateful for them. Mobilising our community health and wellbeing workers for this winter will be an incredibly, it will be a great asset for us. And our communication strategy through Lucy and our comms leads within our providers, we get a great service from them every single year, and that continues as they learn on staying well and where is best and caring where it matters. Thank you.
I went too soon. Brilliant. Brilliant. So, anything you'd like to reflect on? Sounds very thorough to me. Yes, Mitesh.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Susan. Well done to your team for putting together such a comprehensive, holistic winter plan. It's very, very good, and it covers a lot of the partner members as well. Congratulations on securing a partnership with Macmillan. One of the things that I would want to see is a little bit more granular detail as to how you're going to achieve those 4 things that you set out, in terms of expanding the service of hospice at home hours, etc. One of the things that tends to suffer particularly over winter is end-of-life care, and certainly with my GP hat on, it's one of the things that can be missing, particularly in the outer reaches of the county. Can you speak a little bit more to how we're going to achieve that and what contingencies might be in place if that doesn't quite go to plan?
I think it's a really important point, Smitesh, and as a palliative care nurse by background, for both adults and children, we mustn't forget we also have children as well to think about, and young people who find themselves in this situation. So the partnership with Macmillan is really important. They are specialists in their fields, and the work that we did around reform was really to look at the last few weeks of life, because we knew that was causing a certain amount, a huge degree of angst for individuals and families. We do need to think about the overlap between frailty and end of life, because we know the last 1,000 days in frailty are often those people that are continually coming into the acute trust, and actually what they need is good, solid palliative and end of life support. The hospice at home, we need to remember that the work we do around our virtual wards and the technology we use to support people, really, really important. But also what I don't want to do, and it was one of the things as a specialist palliative care nurse, I think we sometimes over-engineer just good basic palliative care and what people need. And the work certainly that we get from the voluntary sector and adult social care, I think we need to think more about how we bring that together to provide a dignified end to people's lives, but also how to support people, particularly in that last 1,000 days of life. But we need to stabilise the last few weeks of life.
Sorry,
Okay.
can I just come back on that, just on one point there? I really appreciate the sentiment there, Susan, and I think one of the things that's really key is that since COVID, it's been very difficult to identify those patients who are more than 50 or 60 days towards the end of life. You know, pre-COVID, we were looking at patients who were 200 days before the end of life, who were getting that care at hospice at home. So I hope that the plan, and it sounds very much like that it's going to include improving that identification by using things like Brave AI.
Brave AI, yes.
Okay, happy with that? Okay, so let's go. Thank you, Smitesh, for raising that. Now I've got Steve, Tracy, and then just a bit of a heads up. Laura, welcome. Laura is the Chief Executive of Kerno CIC. You're standing in for Stuart, but I'm just going to come to you because I'd like, bearing in mind you're representing the GP Collaborative for Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly here today, I'm going to ask you to have some thoughts on this as well, just to give you a heads up, so I don't put you on the spot. So Steve first, then Tracy, then Laura.
Thank you, Susan. I think the plans are comprehensive one across the whole system, and the way in which all partners have come together, I think, is clearly set out. That's the first point. Secondly, just for transparency, the RCHT plan includes the original 12-hour ED handover trajectory. Just to be completely transparent with ICB board members, NHS England required us to resubmit a updated trajectory for our ED 12-hour performance, which we have done. So just to note that the trajectory in here is the original one. The revised trajectory still achieves the March 2026 position, but it has a revised trajectory. We've worked with ICB colleagues on that, so there is transparency over that. But if that needed to be shared with ICB board member, cluster board members, are very happy to do that, and that will form part of the mid-year review meeting on the 30th. The final comment to make is RCHT is fully, extraordinarily surged now.
I didn't hear. Is what?
Fully surged. We have
surged.
nowhere else to go. So comments have been made about patients in ED corridors. That is the case. Patients have been surged into medical day unit spaces and elsewhere, and we strive to step out of those spaces. But there is no more capacity within RCHT.
Okay.
I welcome very much the additional capacity that's been described from P1 perspective to facilitate discharge out. We've already mentioned the no criteria to reside position. We are working very, very closely with system partners, and Ali to acknowledge that the Council's drive and determination in this space, and our ICB colleagues' drive and determination in this space. But that position has deteriorated over the course of the last 3 months, and currently about 16% of RCHT's beds are occupied by no criteria to reside patients. The reason for saying those things is it just reinforces starkly for me the importance of the actions that Susan has outlined to enable us to go into the winter with confidence. So that remains a significant risk, but the actions that are set out, I think, are the right ones to approach this.
Okay, thank you. Tracy?
Yeah, just wanted to come back to vaccinations and the importance of it. Having been on call over the last few days, you can see very significantly the impact of staff absence on some of our services.
Yeah.
Nationally, the ambition, I think, for staff vaccinations is fairly low, so a 5% improvement on last year, when most were only about at 50% anyway.
Yeah.
If we think about that across the cluster, that's thousands of staff we're not ambitious about getting vaccinated, and that is something that we could make a real difference of and become the leading cluster across the country by just a bit of a shift.
Great point. Do you want to come back on that? That's a great point.
It's something we recognise, and we have to push it.
Okay. If you can pick it up afterwards, take that back to management group. Thank you. So we're going to, I can see Phil wants to come in, but Laura, tell us from your seat, please.
Hi, thanks, John, and thanks for welcoming me as deputising for Stuart today. I think from a GP collaborative point of view, we work really quite well together anyway, but I definitely think there's a little bit more that we could do, certainly around our sort of central coordination, risk holding, and shared records is our biggest thing that we've all committed to. So as a collaborative board in Cross Cornwall and with colleagues in CFT, we've all committed to trying to be on the same technology system, which will open up and transform the way we work, particularly in times of busyness and such as the winter, when it's really tricky. So we're actually moving that forward, and we've actually started, you might not be aware, but we've actually started in October having a single GP system hub that all GP practices will be able to connect into, regardless of which system they're actually
When does that kick in?
So we've already gone live for the primary care hubs, but we're testing it gently because we don't want to go big bang and it to fall over. So we want it to be right, and therefore it makes sense to go slowly. So we're just starting to enter the first test this week with 2 systems joining in together, which then means every single GP practice will be able to, in time, not very long, not a very short time, hoping before Christmas, will be able to book into any appointment in any of the primary care hubs across Cornwall.
Brilliant.
So that's the first time that we've actually got something like that up and running. And that's a game changer, because suddenly you'll then be able, every practice will be able to see women's health hub appointments, any specialist type appointments that are based in the locality, any practice will be able to book into it. So that's a major thing. On top of that, from a risk holding point of view, we'll be looking at how we actually warm handover from practices into kind of health in out of hours overnight and at weekends, so that we can then warm handover back in the morning so the practices can pick it up. And the warm handover is really important, as well as being able to see the full patient records. So we're just about to step into, we're planning that for this winter as well. The only other thing to say is the end-of-life side of things is just to actually we need to be making sure in Cornwall we use all our current infrastructure to the best of our ability, making the best use of the funding that's available so that we are supporting all of our patients, and that is 24/7 end of life, isn't just 9 to 5. So it's how do we do that? And we are looking at working with more partners to and the voluntary sector as well, how we join all of that up properly. So, okay.
Oh, it is. I knew some of that, which is why I wanted you to share it with everyone, which is fantastic advancement. So thank you to you and your colleagues for doing all that. And on behalf of us, to your entire GP Collaborative, thank you so much. Right, now, Phil, do you still want to ask a question?
Actually, Chair, it was about board assurance statements, because on both of these winter plans we're being asked to sign board assurance statements. I couldn't see them, but they're actually in the supporting pack, so I've found it.
Oh, lovely.
That was going to be my question.
Okay, thank you. So, colleagues, now we're slightly behind schedule, but that's fine, because this is a big, important... Sorry, Sama.
Thanks, Chair. I was hoping to wait until the end of the Devon one and then ask it, because I think it applies to both systems. But as we're taking each one in turn, just from an assurance point of view, then the areas that require some further work or outstanding actions, where is that going to be progressed, and what are your expectations and how you keep the board sighted on this during the key period of winter? What are you thinking there?
So from a tactical perspective, we would take everything through the SCC. So we have that. Sorry, it's the System Coordination Centre. It's not control. I'm not allowed to say control. And it's a point of access. It's a single point of access for all things across our system. We use the IT platform we use is something called Shrewd. So that gives us a day-to-day view of all of our operational issues, where capacity is. So we have real-time information, which we haven't had in previous years to this degree. So all of the issues will be taken through a morning call, which is the system oversight call. And I said in the the brief update, staying true to our escalation procedures. So anything that the system oversight can't solve gets passed to bronze. Bronze then will need to sort out and make some decisions, and anything else that is blocked or needs some executive oversight would come up to gold. I think we jumped to gold very quickly, and we should be much more thoughtful about whether or not we do that. I'm happy to bring updates via the board, because the winter plan will be iterative. We will have to tweak as we go along when new issues. Steve's mentioned we've got the timely handover protocol of 45 minutes. I think we do need to re-look through the winter plans again, just to ensure that we can maintain that without any unintended consequences across the rest of the system, or in fact into RCHT itself. So we will continue to evaluate it through a quality improvement lens. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, on that point? Yeah, you go for it.
Yeah, it was going back...
Sorry, you wanted to answer that point, and then can I come to you?
So it was just a suggestion that this is probably an issue that the board might want to consider remitting to the respective finance and performance and quality committees.
Yeah.
And then they can report back through the board.
Right. Yeah, should we do that? Are you happy to do that? Lovely. So we're going to go. Let me just make sure I've got this. Ewan, Peter, Martin.
Thank you. It's going back to vaccination as Director of Public Health, to the point Tracy made. Thank you very much for raising it. There is obviously about the patients and protecting our vulnerable patients, but from a staff perspective, it's really important. But the other one is about the COVID vaccinations as well, because the recommendation now not to vaccinise frontline staff, I think, is a little bit misguided from a point of view of resilience of staff and protecting of patients. Now, from an occupational health point of view, providers actually do have an option to think about vaccinating for COVID for their staff. And I just was wondering about the discussions about the investment would actually offset a lot of resilience and the cost of sickness due to COVID through a long winter, that it's actually a worthwhile investment to consider, even though it's not recommended by the committee. It's not actually saying we can't vaccinate our staff.
Okay. So, Susan and Steve, are you happy to take this away and have a conversation about that? Yeah, let's great point. Let's take it away and then alert us next time we come back, please, as to what the outcome of that conversation was. Thank you, Ewan. So we're going to go Peter next.
My point, Joe, is just to say that we will look to update FP&Q on a weekly basis around our winter pre-planning and then into winter, along the lines that we've just discussed.
Okay, thank you, Martin.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that obviously the Cornwall FPQ has reviewed the plan, did it in somewhat detail about a week ago, together with all the backup documents. Was impressed with the level of detail, the backup from all different organisations, the sign-offs, and notwithstanding the existing and continuing risk, and the bits of work still to be done, we're sort of happy to commend it to the board and for the assurance, to be
very good
delivered there.
I think it's important we note your comments in the minutes as well as the Deputy Chair and Chair of FP&Q for Cornwall. Okay, colleagues, let's move to Cornwall's recommendations, which is to approve the board assurance statement. Are we happy with that? And to approve the Cornwall Isles of Scilly System Winter Plan. Well done. Congratulations to the team. Now, we're joined, people happy to press on while we're in the direction of travel. So, can I welcome two colleagues from Devon, if I may, which is John, who's the Devon Winter Director. You've just joined us, I believe, is that right? Cool. And we've also got Toby, who's are you the Devon Strategic Director? What's your proper title?
Director of Strategic Programmes and Planning, John.
Thank you. I apologise for getting it wrong. Thank you very much. So welcome to you. We're going to give ourselves another 15, 20 minutes, if that's all right, to go through this. So the way in which we work is people have read the information. So I'm going to turn to Peter, because this is down for you to lead us on. So we've got the recommendations ahead of us. There's no changes to that. But what would you like to assure the board on in terms of the preparation for winter from a Devon perspective?
Yeah, so I won't reiterate all of the... It's difficult going second after Susan. I'm grateful for her support in helping me. A lot of the issues and solutions are covered in the plans. I guess for assurance, we have received board assurance statements from our providers. We have tested our approach to winter separately as a system earlier this month, as well as in the system group, the regional meeting. I just want to bring out 4 points, if I may, and then hand over to John, who I'm very grateful to joining us, as we've heard, as our Winter Director. Will tell us a bit more about the moving forward, which I know that you are keen to do. So vaccination and preparedness, really important. We know that vaccination of our population, which we've traditionally done well on in Devon and indeed in the southwest, will be really important. It's probably the best way of mitigating winter. But vaccination of our staff, as we heard, is also really important for how we mitigate our approach to particular surge, and preparedness as much as we can with our partners in terms of those vulnerable groups that we know are affected and will have longer lengths of stay coming into our emergency departments, and with our ED demand management group, testing those particular areas that Susan has already highlighted around virtual wards, SDEX, etc. Our approach to modelling, so understanding what we expect winter to do week by week, and then real-time intelligence to help us understand where we are, where we thought we were, and what we might do to counter what will happen in 2 weeks' time, is the approach that we're taking. And again, learning from Cornwall and Isles of Scilly colleagues around their use of modelling, so I'm very grateful for support with that. Using our SCC to coordinate and involve our partners in providing intelligence and response, and I would recognise that we have more work to do, particularly with our primary care colleagues, and we had a useful discussion particularly about end of life, which I'm happy to expand on if necessary. Then the move towards the use and real exploration of dynamic risk assessment to really understand where our clinicians understand the biggest risks across the whole UEC pathway, and the supportive actions that we might take for our neighbours who are under pressure, rather than the traditional approach of what actions do we take when we're in Opal 4, to try and broker a much better conversation about what actions are we taking if our neighbours in Opal 4, to understand what we need to do to de-risk their position. So that's the sort of highlights that I wanted to bring out. Over to John.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Chair, for inviting me in. Hello to everyone who I've not met before. So there were just, what I wanted to do is focus a little bit on areas of success, or areas we might need to focus on to ensure that we meet those parameters of success. So The 5 things, I won't go on for a long time around it. They're really things that we're all aware of, but I think if we have focus around those areas, we are more likely to have less variation, less escalation, and potentially a more collaborative approach to winter, which is what we all want to succeed. So the areas around flow and capacity particularly need some focus, and we all have provider plans around how we meet that. So there's a conversation around how we do that well, how we forecast ahead, ensure ourselves doing what we need to. Ambulance handover and particularly provider access is the second area of focus. Community discharge and 7-day flow, we've alluded to earlier on the importance of continuation in that pathway. Workforce resilience and vaccination are 2 areas that really need to sustain our workforce through the winter in order to do and deliver all the things we need. And then the final pillar, which I might, if it's okay, Chair, just take a little bit of more detail around governance, data and escalation, which I think is how we manage the day-to-day process. How we use our silver, bronze and gold appropriately to ensure a really collaborative approach to winter. So we have a very operational day-to-day approach around the SEC and how providers might work, which will deal with day-to-day escalation. We're proposing to have a weekly silver provider meeting, which is much more focused on some of our kind of key indicators for those 5 points and how we might have action plans to look ahead and start to plan those things in advance, as opposed to perhaps in past doing it in retrospect. So that's a weekly group. We've, as part of our winter planning, we felt that would help us perhaps put things in place before we hit peaks in demand that we know. And then the last bit was just around escalation, what that might look like. We're very focused on it being a supportive approach and providers coming to the table with an offer of mutual aid and what that might help for whoever's in escalation to help them decompress. And we need to also look at key points and who's making decisions. So if we are coming to a goal call, it's really clear what we're asking for a decision-making process for in order to move the system forward if it can't be done further down the chain. And then the last bit is we've just pulled together some clear cells of clinical expertise in key areas that allows us to work with our clinicians on areas of expertise where they can provide some support for the things that we know are going to come up and how we might tackle them in the future. And I think that's it from me.
Thank you. Can I just be clear, Martin, based on the fact that you've had the Cornwall one come through yours, Graham's not here. Is anybody able to say, has this gone through the Devon FP&Q?
Yes, Chair, it has. Sorry.
Lovely. No. Just I didn't know, and I think it's important that everybody knows it's been through some sort of scrutiny, etc. So what questions have we got for John and Peter and colleagues? Stand silence. Steve. Steve first, and then Sam.
So really just to follow up that question, because what I saw in the pack was a lot of information from a Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly perspective. So even though I'm kind of directly involved in it, I felt I could see the assurance mechanism of the individual organisational plans, how they mesh together into the system plan. Clearly, we can't see that in this document. So just really following up to see what did that assurance look like. And
so what went to the FMP&Q for Devon is the question. What?
So our winter plan and the board assurance statements from our providers went to FMP.
So I think the additional information is included in the supporting information folder rather than in the board pack as the Cornwall papers were. So in an attempt to keep the board pack as light as possible, we added additional information into the separate folder. So it should be there, and it definitely went to the finance and performance and quality.
Okay, as long as that's what we wanted to know. That's exactly right. Thank you. Yes, Rachel?
Just apologies, colleagues, I'm from NHS England. To that point, what were the most significant risks that were identified?
So there were risks around, and I'll bring John in if I may, but there were risks around bed capacity.
Can you talk into the...
Oh, sorry. There were risks particularly around bed capacity in UHP and bed capacity in the first quarter, the first 3 months of winter, RDUH, which we continue to work on, but both boards assured us that they had mitigations in place for that.
Okay, so those mitigations are tested?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Sam?
Yeah, so just to be clear on that last bit, the mitigations are based on assuming we get back to the planned trajectory on NCTR. And obviously, we also signed off these plans in advance of the new requirement to get down to 80% occupancy before Christmas. So I don't think we've currently got a collective plan to get down to 80% occupancy because we've only just found out about it.
So can you, just for Rachel's benefit, because I appreciate you've been travelling to get here, so thank you for that. But earlier on in the meeting, you referred to no criteria as high percentages. Can you just share those with Rachel?
So in the plan at the beginning of the year, we said for East and North Devon, we would run at no criteria to reside of 8%. We're currently running at 14.5%. So we've got a gap.
Okay, just so you're aware of what was said earlier on. Thank you. So, yes, please, Mary, yes.
John, it's just really to make, I'm sure you're doing it, but the local authority members are on so that we're not going to suddenly be told we need to find 10 beds or something like that in one of the care homes or something. So you're going to keep them informed on a daily basis?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So what we're trying to do is create a weekly provider and team leadership group that meets regularly to talk about these things, and that will be a huge part of the topic. We've got our locality lead as well within that space, so hoping that those conversations lead together around those particular areas of focus for our system support for discharge.
So if you could just help me, I'll try and remember to pick up the phone to Anne-Marie to pick this up, but as we get through the next couple of months, I'm sure this will be a common theme that comes up. I think if you could just help Anne-Marie know in advance, because she'll be new to here as well, if this topic comes up, I'm sure Ali will always be primed, because I know you will be, but I think from Devon's Council's perspective, if you could just make sure she comes prepped with things are, because I wouldn't want her to be put on the spot and not aware of what's being asked in these sorts of meetings, if that's okay with you. Yes, Sally.
Just to say as well that I'm setting up some regular touch points with the DASs across Devon and Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly as well, so I might be able to support in some of that space.
Thank you, Ali. That's really helpful. Okay. On that basis, yes, sorry, Steve. Oh, sorry, Frank. Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
Yes,
I was part of the looking at the urgent care problem in Devon, and the outcome was one version of the truth, supposedly. And the things that were the main problem were the actual time in ED, the number of beds which were underbedded in Devon and Cornwall, and the alternatives to admission. In primary care, and this is a fantastic example of why we need to scale up and become a provider organisation in Devon in the same way as Cornwall are, we will work much harder, but we don't have a coordinated plan in quite the same way. What I think and last year we got through it because people did work harder, they prioritised acute stuff and they put off everything else. If we get a really bad winter, the only thing we can do is be brave enough as a board to say, we now need to redirect you to do X, Y or Z while maintaining income and things from other sources, because there isn't... general practice feels like winter throughout the summer at the moment, and so there isn't massive increase in capacity to do it. So it's about having the ability to redirect and collectively take responsibility for that if possible.
John, how do you respond to that?
Could I just... So on the beds issue, absolutely maximising the virtual wards and how we get people in and out of them. And the other thing is alternatives to admission means having resources out in the community. And one of the things that can happen is it seems like you've got to protect the front door when actually what you need to do is keep the resources right out in the community where the people are in order to stop them getting in the front door. And we absolutely need to target the frail, because they're the ones that spend forever in hospital, and they're the ones that probably don't want to go in the first place.
John?
Thank you, Chair. I completely agree. We recognise one of the risks to our system plan is around bed capacity and making sure that's right. The emission avoidance piece, we have really good examples, and we borrowed some from Cornwall around the X-ray car and other things that allow us to keep people in their own space, and we know that that's better for patient outcomes. And we need to make sure that we're applying those systematically across Devon to ensure we manage to keep people where they need to be in order to get the best care they can. I think we've got to acknowledge that the areas that we need to make sure we're able to manage are our residual bed capacity, that's linked to how we ensure our continuation of flow and discharge across our community and keeping people in the right space. And the last piece around that is, obviously we talked a lot about ambulance handovers, and that's a large piece of the issue. But how we escalate well and plan action cards ahead of our time will give us an opportunity to recover quickly. So we're not going to sit and say that we're not going to escalate. We will, but it's really important that if we do escalate, we have clear plans in order to reduce that as quickly as possible and get back to normal running. And we think with our provider colleagues around the work we're doing in action cards and the meetings we're doing around that, we'll be able to cover that off.
Okay, thank you. Steve?
Just mindful of the question about how is the board assured. So this might not be helpful, but one of the things that Royal Cornwall Hospitals do is we provide a weekly report to all of our board members, including non-executive directors, half a side, and it covers type 1 4-hour performance, 12-hour length of stay, and average ambulance handover and over 45-minute ambulance handover. There are lots of other metrics, but they're the things that we focus on at the board. So each week the board has an update on what was our performance last week, what was the performance month to date. So it's just a question about whether there'd be a value in a cluster report.
So let me just unpack that. Non-execs, first of all, do you get to see that now?
So that's a Royal Cornwall Hospital.
No, sorry, I thought you were asking the question in terms of assurance in Devon before we got to Cornwall. I was going to ask Cornwall as well, by the way.
So it's a more general question. So my RCH's board received that. I was just asking the question whether it would be valuable for the ICB board to not have that report.
Where I was going was, do you see any of this at the moment? No. Fine. Cornwall, now with your Cornwall hat on, do you see any of Cornwall's? No? So this is what I'm trying to unpack. It's a bit patchy is what I'm trying to get at, really. So would there be a collective value, if it's all right with everybody, I'm sort of stepping back now, for this board to actually get that and take that, or how would that frame? Let's deal with Devon first. How would that frame?
We'll bring Peter in first and then I'll respond.
Okay. Yeah, Peter?
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I think when I mentioned the weekly report updates to F&P, that was what I was really talking about. We're working on a weekly board report that will bring all of the right metrics so that people will have a collective understanding.
Okay, but F&P meets monthly, so I'm just understanding how you mean weekly.
So the report will be weekly, but collectively it will go in. So if there's a requirement to escalation, there will be the data will be available. The discussion would happen whenever FP&Q happen.
Do you want on this point? Okay.
So what we did last year is after we were running it was the clinical cell, and we ran fairly late meetings in the evening and produced a breakdown, an output that we then shared around. We can resurrect that and do that again for this winter to go to our non-execs. I think it fell off towards the end of the winter.
I think maybe what comes out of this, once Steve's wrapped this up for us, if I move into recommendations, I think what may come out of this is actually asking yourself and yourself to take this away and think about what you come back to here with. Because again, I think what we've got to try and do on this is not do one does it and then the other doesn't. We've got to try and find some way in this kind of thing of doing something consistently, if that's all right with everybody. Yeah. Steve.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, on that, I think let's give it some thought. I think keeping board members apprised of how it's going is going to be important. What I don't want to do is overwhelm non-execs with lots of reports that you then feel you need to ask questions of, and actually that then runs the risk of distraction from actually doing the job with the greatest respect. So we just need to get that right. But I think and getting a bit of a pulse about what's going on and maybe what we're doing about it would be helpful. There was just a couple of comments I wanted to make overall, which probably applies across the peninsula really, and came out partly from national meetings. I think for our provider colleagues, and you know, up until recently, I was running acute hospitals, so I know the real challenges here for leadership. Is there is a real expectation, particularly given the political nervousness, that's with a big P and a little p, for really good executive visibility in the UEC. I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but I think there will be an expectation that the clinical leaders, CEOs, will be sort of walking the floor, and just to encourage you to do that. The framing around this, and I think John's done a really great job in answering lots of this, but I think there are three elements to this, and I think there are still some bits, if I'm looking at the Devon plan, that I just want to test with the team, not least the 80% target, which is coming, as Sam said, relatively soon. So I think we've got three things to frame here. One is getting ahead, the other is staying ahead, and the third is to recover quickly. On the getting ahead, we've already mentioned the importance of vaccinations and really driving that so that we protect both our staff and the public. The stress testing that's been done, that Peter's mentioned, both internally and through regional processes, I think has been important. And also we need to ensure that we're clear, to pick up Frank's point, around the surge and support in primary care that we can be giving now to make sure that's ready before we need to get into it. On the staying ahead, there's a number of things in there. I do think we need to take back around a loop, and we probably need to do the same in Cornwall, Susan, will be how do we now, what are the plans that we need to put in place to get to the 80% by Christmas Eve? And that's going to require ICB, provider and local authority, I think, to get around a table and look at that and really test ourselves on it. The other thing that I'm keen to do, and again, this came out nationally, and John referred to it, I need, in any particular weekly period, we need to know what our lead indicators are to know that a crisis is coming so that we can stay ahead of it and start to take the action. I think nationally, I think they said they were going to provide us with some indicators around that, but I think we could start to put together our own and start to look at things like flow, NCTR, demand out in the community and so on. So if on a Monday it's starting to build, we've dealt with it before we get to the Friday crisis and going into the weekend. And then on recovering quickly, I mean, you nailed it. My experience coming into Devon is golds were not golds. They were really interesting meetings of everybody talking about the problem. Having a proper command structure in a moment in crisis where gold is clear it's there to make decisions. Silver is there to ensure those decisions are implemented, and bronze does the implementation stuff. Getting that right keeps us as safe as possible, and I would commend the work that John's done to get us into that position. I think with those three things in place, notwithstanding what I said at the beginning of the meeting around some real worries about how difficult this winter could be, I think that will stand us in the best stead to be able to coordinate on behalf of the public and the patients that we serve.
Okay, thank you. Steve?
That's really helpful, Steve. The point you make about visible leadership, critically important, and I think all providers would recognise that. I wonder, John, whether we should ask to have back, and it would have to come from providers and other partners, at the next board meeting, that plan that gets everyone to 80%. Yes. That's time critical, and it's a core focus of our intent, and whether it'd be helpful for us to have collectively have transparency on that.
With your hat on representing Cornwall and Isles of Scilly, you're happy to do that?
I think it would be in partnership with ICB and other partners.
No, I get that.
Yes.
What I'm saying is the providers would be happy to provide that as information in concert with the ICB, yeah? Can I ask, I just want to hear, I think this one is where silence is not enough, actually. All right. Sam, could I hear, are you happy on behalf of the providers in Devon to work with the ICB to do the same thing?
Absolutely. I think that's the key action, as Steve has articulated. We need to work with partners to come up with that plan.
Peter?
Thank you. Our workforce is our biggest asset, and I commend the Cornwall documents in terms of mentioning staff welfare. So not only about vaccination, but we've actually got to think about burnout, and that's clearly articulated in the NHS's winter documentation. I think it's key to say that obviously winter happens all year. Winter's about a surge. My second point is it's about planning, and I'd like as a board to say winter probably starts in April, not July. If we as providers are going to need to think about planning in terms of extra resources, in terms of manpower, it has to start early. We cannot plan late in the day.
Quite right, sir. Okay, colleagues, thank you, John and Toby, for that. So I'm going to move to the recommendations now, if that's all right with everybody. Which is for NHS Devon to agree the latest iteration of the NHS Devon ICB Board of... No. I apologise. I turned the page over. I knew myself as soon as I started reading it. Approve the board assurance statement that was submitted to NHS England on the 30th of September. Are you happy with that?
Yes.
Everybody happy with that? Yeah. And to approve the Devon System Winter Plan. Are you happy with that? However, has there been, Philippa, another recommendation that has come out of this at all, based on Steve and Steve's contributions with Ben, that we need to just capture in the minutes?
I've certainly captured an action to bring the plan for both systems back to the next board meeting. that will get all providers back to the 80% target. If you want that captured as a resolution, happy to do so.
I would happily, please let's capture that as a resolution. It seems like everyone has agreed that's critically important. Sam?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we can approve the plans subject to discharging that additional action.
Lovely. Thank you so much. So, colleagues, thank you. Now, we are a bit behind. Can I make a suggestion that we come back, please, sharp at 5:02? What I'm going to do, as we get to this afternoon, I still intend to actually start the private session at 2:40. So I'm going to ask the people who have got the next agenda items to think about how pithy they can be in their presentations, such that we stay on schedule. See you after lunch. See you at 5:02. Thank you very much, everyone. Everyone's helping. Lovely. Okay, so we've got... I'm going to try and be as determined as I can be that we actually start at 2:45 on the private board meeting. There's enough to get through on that, but let's make sure we have a good conversation now. I think there's an awful lot that we covered off this morning. That's in a lot of these other reports kind of thing. So if we just stay up in the helicopter for a second and actually look at Cornwall, first of all, in terms of its integrated performance report. Now, it came out pretty late.
It did come out late, apologies.
Okay. So I think there's something about what's in addition to what we spoke about this morning, would you, in your seat, like to raise with us? Because you'll know it inside out. I haven't had a chance to even review it yet.
Okay.
So from that perspective, what is it you want to alert the board to?
So first of all, I've just been having this conversation with Tracy. We are going to have to go away and think about the cadence of the meetings that support the IPR, because the IPR you've got in front of you is validated data from August, and it feels like old news now. Yeah. So we are going to have to find a way of bringing you something that's much more up to date and much more relevant to the position that we're in. So in terms of our IPR, we've discussed quite a bit of it in relation to the winter plan, Chair. You're absolutely right. We know that our 4-hour and 12-hour Type 1 performance remains fragile, having had a good summer. We now need to focus in on how we not only tackle our no criteria to reside, but also how we avoid people going into hospital. And the conversations we had around winter, particularly in the use of our same-day emergency cares for our frail elderly, our virtual wards and our hospital at home to keep people out of our ED department is a particular challenge for us. We have been able, however, to isolate down to the hours between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. really seemed to be a period of time for in UEC world of real challenge, and often sets us up for a really poor night, and where we would potentially risk our timely handover protocol of 45 minutes. So UEC is a particular concern. However, we've got the weekly Tier 1 meetings. NHS England are present at those meetings, and I am trying to get the pace behind each of those pillars ramped up, and to get providers to talk to providers rather than wait and manage up to the ICB, because it creates another layer that's not required. I think it's fair to say that we've got all of the right services. They're just not all playing in concert at this point in time when it comes to our UEC. So the out-of-hours performance, Chair, I think is the place that we need to focus. I think when I looked at the unvalidated data for our 4-hour performance, Type 1, we were at about 51%, which we know is not where we need to be or would want to be. It's a safety target first and foremost, as well as a performance target. We are seeing improvements in our Cat 1 and Cat 2 for our ambulances, and thanks to RCHT in particular for the work that they've done with SWAST to be able to bring in the timely handover protocol of 45 minutes. We do need to remind ourselves, though, the timely handover should be 15 minutes, so we are still a long way off it, even at 45 minutes. And I think that will remain a challenge for us as we go through winter. Elective and cancer care, RTT performance, we for July hit 71%. Target is, we were just slightly off target for the March 26 timeline. 52-week waits remain above plan. At July, we were at 699 against a target of 596. There is dedicated work going on to reduce that backlog further. And what I would like to also point out is when we talk about waiting lists, we can't ignore the fact we have waiting lists in our community service as well. And some of those are very, very much wrapped around our SEND agenda for children, in particular speech and language. One of the waiting list initiatives that we've applied to the community that we've trodden a well-trodden path in acute is mega clinics and how we do those mega first appointments, because we can then look at whether or not people need to remain on the waiting list or they can go for something else. So we're seeing a real benefit from doing those clinics. We've done it for MSK. We've done it for podiatry, we've also done it for speech and language, and we will continue to do that. The other area of concern around waiting lists for us is neurodiversity diagnosis for both adults and children, and we are employing some digital platforms to help with that, but also we've introduced, and again, thank you to everybody in the system for this, a waiting well initiative, so that's supporting families who've had children referred on to those waiting lists. And actually, for some GPs who I've no doubt feel at their wits' end of not knowing what to do with the family, will pop them onto a waiting list. And what we're finding is actually we could intervene and work with parents around parenting techniques, and it's actually not a problem with the child itself. So the waiting well has had some positive unintended consequences. That sounds like a negative, but it's not. The other place we need to focus on is our diagnostics. We've seen that position slip, and we need to make better use of the community diagnostics that we've invested in, both for urgent emergency care presentations, but also for planned care. And we've got our new unit that comes online. I think it should be online by now, if not in next month. And we're keeping a very close eye on our 28-day faster diagnosis standard. We've achieved a target in July of 81.97%, and we're expecting that to have gone to 83%. But again, I'm just waiting for that validated data. Primary care, GP appointments within 2 weeks did drop to 79.5% with a target of 90% again in July. Total appointments in July was 400,657, 66% of the population, which is up by 28 and nearly 500 from June. Dental activity reached 76% in July, nearing the pre-pandemic levels. Out of area, we've discussed very briefly. We've run a rapid quality review. CFT ran that specifically for out of area placements in mental health because that remains high. We have got some bed closed in our foundation trust. They are going to be opened. They have been delayed. So at the minute, it's female patients who are being placed out of area. So we are not ignorant to the fact that that is not acceptable and a form of discrimination there that we have to work with, given the beds that we've got. We've got an initiative that we put in to support out of area called the Nest, working with the voluntary sector, reablement beds. So we're expanding from 5 to 14, and we're hoping that will take some of the weight from the burden that's been placed on our mental health services. I've talked about the pillar recovery that we're doing for mental health. Talking therapies are above plan for access but below target for recovery. And transform model access, we did have some data issues about that. We've talked about the oversight framework. So RCHT, we know, is in segment 2, above average, CFT in segment 4, and we're really focused on how we as a system support CFT to come out of segment 4 because it's for the benefit of our population. And I will take a breath.
Thank you.
Leave it there.
Even though it's a hot breath, because I've just asked my colleague to open the windows. If it gets cold, please shut it. It's just getting rather hot in here, that's all. Any questions for Susan? I can't see. Sorry, can you just lean back for a second? Sorry. Yeah, Adi, go for it.
Sorry, not really a question, more just the clarification. So thank you, because you've answered the questions that I had, Susan, as part of that. So absolutely, the community waiting lists and the ND pathway waiting lists absolutely need to come up more up the agenda. So thank you for that piece, and thank you for the ICB assisting us to get more capacity, particularly in speech and language therapy and some of the other areas. So that we are starting to see a bit on that. On the psychiatric intensive care unit, agree. We are sending female patients out. It isn't just the male ward. So if we'd had a different mix, they would have been a different clinical risk profile and sexual safety, etc. But unfortunately, at this moment in time, all females are going out of county. Yeah. We have had a managed exit from the PFI, which the asset is now under CFT's control from the 1st of September, so we can accelerate some of that work without going through all of the additional workloads, and the teams are working on that as quickly as possible, as you can understand, due to the risk to the patients that are out of the county.
Okay, thank you. Can I bring in Martin, actually? Because, Martin, there's something here from me about your new committee, which is Finance, Performance and Quality for Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. What is your take on, generally, how we're doing in this space?
Well, generally well, and probably trending on improving on most things since the time I've been there, John. I mean, I think the two things we picked up, particularly in here, which I don't know whether you're going to go to Simon or not, obviously the finance is on track.
Yeah.
Plan to be on track to the year end, which was great news. Susan's highlighted most of the issues in the quality and performance bit. We were very interested in the new NHS oversight framework metrics here, 30 measures that we hadn't actually seen in the committee before, but some of which are, you know, both sort of efficiency as well as performance metrics. So we're keen to understand more about how those are calculated, what they mean, and where we can make improvements, you know, including probably for the first time some of the more community-based metrics, which was really interesting. I think that's probably the main things we talked about, John. A little bit of worry, like we said, about the data being in arrears, but, you know, at the moment... That's,
well, I think we all need to recognise this is until month 5, isn't it? Yeah. Simon, would you like to add anything before I come to Ali?
I'll just reiterate, as we're still on track financially to hit our year-end position as a system and individual organisations. We've had positive assurance, we don't trust that that's the case.
They can't hear you online.
You all hear me?
No, say it again.
Thank you.
Say it again.
I'll try again.
Say it again.
Yeah, so it's just to reiterate, we've got positive assurance now that all our organisations are on track to deliver a balanced position for the year end as per the plan. Recognising still 5.5 months left, so there's clearly risk in there. But between our organisations, we believe we can still deliver against that plan. So all the discussions in the last 4 weeks have been positive to get to that clear position. And we started the hard work of working through into next year. So financially, fairly positive, a lot of work to do.
Heading towards the fourth break-even year, yeah?
Sorry?
You want me to say it again? That's a deliberate ploy. Working towards a fourth break-even year. Well done.
Yes.
Ali.
Thanks, Chair. My comments are probably going to reflect a number of the items we've discussed this morning, but in particular around performance. So our admission rates for over 65s are below the England average, which is good. Our days delays after people are medically fit is below the England average, which is good. However, we still seem to have constantly high, no criteria to reside, and volumes of people going home on complex pathways unnecessarily. And I think, you know, we've heard today about the 45-minute ambulance handover, and we've talked about 80% occupancy in the acute trusts before Christmas. And I know, Susan, that you and I have had this conversation, and I really welcome your support around how we make sure we identify those people for supported discharge at an earlier point in their stay in hospital, because I think that's the only way we're going to be able to deliver 80% occupancy and 45-minute ambulance handovers. Thanks, Chair.
Happy with that?
Very happy with that. And that the thing that I didn't mention, Chair, is we have, as part of the rapid quality review we did around UEC, we've agreed a clinical audit that we will continue to monitor all of the internal professional standards, but also one of the things we have also commissioned is looking at people who go home on a P3, because as Ali said, we are an outlier for that. We discharge a lot of people into residential and nursing care, and we know that average life expectancy, certainly going into nursing home, is about 12 months. So we have a responsibility. So we are looking at the reasons why people have ended up in a nursing home, and could a different decision have been made had the discharge planning been done much earlier in the admission, or in fact the admission being avoided completely. So we are really testing ourselves with the evidence that we've got at the moment. Thank you.
Oprah.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to lodge that it's a really impressive report, and very well done to the team. It's the first one I've seen where we've managed to get the providers, the quality and the numbers all together, you know, and it's presented in a manner that I really appreciate. So very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so let's move to the recommendation, which is to note the performance issues reported as exceptions in the main report, and we'll take all the comments and minute them, because I think they're really important as we run through there. Can I just ask, Ali, from your seat, in terms of thinking about any other action that comes out of this, what are you comfortable from the discussion we've had before that no criteria to reside has come up a couple of times in different systems? I'll ask the question for Devon in a second, but are you comfortable with the way in which it's working at the moment? We can get to the bottom of this?
Yeah, really comfortable with the work between the ICB and the local authority on tackling this. But I think that the root issue for me is that we need to identify people earlier in the hospital stay and we don't know them. You know, I've even talked to my team about maybe it's time to start going trawling the wards again. Maybe we need to think differently about the way that we work, you know, sort of pre-1990 Community Care Act stuff where we trawl the wards and offer our support rather than wait for referrals.
So I'll touch on this later on as the day goes on, but Rachel, when we spoke yesterday as part of the cluster conversation, I made the point this morning, I just wanted to say it while you were in the room, is that although there's still the model region and the model ICB and whatever else, particularly for winter and for everything else in terms of accountability, we stay as we are. Okay? Yeah, it was. So I just want you to feel, I'll say the same to Steve in a second. I just want you to but it still stays here. Right? Yes, Emma. The agony of choice.
I'm right in the middle. Just wanted to reiterate Ali's point about as soon as bum hits a bed that we really start to think about what is it that people need in order to go home. And I would again, you know, highlight the opportunity that the voluntary sector can deliver in those sorts of approaches if we are going to be wandering around wards, actually understanding the holistic context in which people are living and helping, and us all coalescing around getting people back to where they live in the way that they live is really important.
All right. Excellent. Okay. So happy for me to note that? Oh, no, not quite. Tan?
I think we actually even need to next year plan to go even further. And it's actually not when people are actually in a hospital bed at any point. Actually, what we need to be doing is looking into the community, using Brave AI, seeing how many of them are more vulnerable. And if they were to go to hospital, working with them about making plans possibly through the community hubs or through the voluntary sector.
So just before I bring in Smith, one of the values of the new committee structures is that the South West Peninsula Planning Committee, once it's signed off 26, 27 in the next 3 years, it won't stop and wait a year for the next year. It will continue to then ask the question, what are the next sets of things we're going to do? So I wanted to come back to Peter's point about there's an awful lot for winter that needs to actually start in April. And therefore, I think some of that future planning work, whether it be that April or the next April, kind of thing. We just got to start to constantly be looking over the horizon in our planning and actually trying to get ahead of the curve. Smitesh?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so just to support those points made by Emma and Tan, earlier you said, Emma, that VCSE could be helpful probably everywhere except the emergency department. I would put that back to you and say, actually, it could be helpful even within the emergency department, the CATUs and the SDECs, so that, as you quite rightly said, as soon as that bum hits the bed, we're thinking about how we're going to help to discharge this patient to an appropriate place.
Just to come back and revise that in the emergency department, just seeing whether actually people need to be there. Because actually sometimes some of those softer conversations can really help to signpost people to other more appropriate places.
I'm going to take that as a recommendation taken. I just want to pass an observation before I pass over to Steve, which is I'm sensing today we've spent a lot of time on acute and that space, and we haven't spent a lot of time, AD, on mental health and that kind of thing today. So I'm just wondering, Philippa, if we can make sure that one of the lenses we bring back next board meeting in terms of forward planning, if everyone's happy with that. We'll get to talk about forward planning in a second, but I'm just sensitive we haven't really spoken about mental health today. So if you can remind me, Philippa, when we get towards the end. I mean, you tell us when you want to come back. I'm just sensing that we haven't talked about it, and it's part of the journey, not just everything, not just A&E.
So at the beginning, you were asking for exceptions. All of the exceptions were picked up within the IPR, were the things that we would have raised from a mental health perspective.
Okay,
with my mental health hat on. Yeah, so, but ultimately, absolutely, and when we come on to this afternoon's sessions as well,
fine.
How does mental health flow through?
With your mental health hat on, which is how you're here today, all right, you're content with what we've done? Okay, in which case, Philippa, we don't need to do that. Lovely. Steve, we're in your hands. The annual progress report for Devon.
Yeah, thank you. So a little bit of context, if you forgive me, just for the for people from the Commonwealth Isles of Scilly ICB. I firstly should say I'm covering for Libby, so you've got me as the substitute on this, but I am ably assisted by Toby on this, so any difficult questions are going to be hospital passed to my right. So just by a bit of clarity, when I came into Devon, partly because Devon was at the time, as people will know, in NOF 4, and I think it's sort of a good segue from your point. the whole focus of the ICB was on acute. It was on UEC. It was focused on those things that we were in North for. And a lot of the feedback I had from particularly partner members, and Frank being quite vocal about this, is actually we were not seeing the wider picture and working on those things. What we did last year, and we improved upon it coming into this year, is we established an annual plan which sits alongside the operational plan. So the operational plan dealing with all of the things that we've been talking about so far today, largely acute with some mental health in it. The annual plan was our specific actions that we were taking as an ICB that were incorporated within our joint forward plan, the things we committed to over 5 years that were not covered in all of those sort of more formal performance metrics. And they're clustered, as you'll see, under 6 objectives. At the beginning of the year, those objectives are set. They set out what actions we expect to take as an ICB, what timescales they are, what our success measures are, and what the impact is. There are SMART objectives for each of these things. Each of them is assigned an executive lead as well, so that particularly for non-exec and partner members, knowing, if I say this gently, who to eyeball in the room about a particular issue is really important. But also it means for each exec they're really clear about their objectives for the year. So it gives that kind of clarity and transparency for board and ensures that actually we're making progress across a whole range of areas. Susan mentioned SEND and some of the challenges we have around that whole agenda. That's in here. Community weights are in here. So it was an effort, started last year, as I say, and now really embedded to ensure that we had a holistic approach to the health and care of our population, and it's something I would very much be keen to continue. All the objectives are RAG rated and they're regularly reviewed by execs, and they were all assigned to assurance committees, and there's probably still a little bit of work to do to get those properly assigned to the new assurance committees. As I said, Toby can speak to the detail if needed, but I think overall you'll see the report show actually in many areas we are making really good progress despite the pressure and indeed the uncertainty on our staff that they're coping with. And I think probably I would say that's a testament to everyone's resilience and desire to make a difference in these wider issues whilst we're getting on with some of the other things that we're dealing with. So, Chair, if that's brief enough, I'm happy to take any questions and give them to Toby.
Yes, and we'll give you your moment in the sun in a second, if I may. I just want to get some feedback. So I just want to record the fact this is until month 5.
Yes.
Fine. I think it's important that people see this through the lens of it's up to month 5. Okay. So up to that moment, is there anything anyone would like to ask of either Steve or probably Toby before I give Toby the opportunity to respond? Any questions from anybody? You may have the easiest afternoon of all of us, Toby, so welcome. Any thoughts you'd like to add?
No, I don't. Just that I appreciate I have had no hospital passes to take, Steve. So thank you.
Okay, well, I wasn't quite expecting that to be quite so. Yes? Yeah.
For Toby, actually, it was just. Toby, with the annual plan objectives, etc., it's quite. Sometimes they can appear a little bit clunky. I'm not saying yours are. I'm just saying they can be, can't they? In that they're not sufficiently sensitive enough to pick up sometimes emerging issues. And I'm just wondering, is the intention to try and develop a bit more sensitivity around some of these? I don't know how we do that, so it's a question I don't have the answer to, but I'm just thinking that perhaps gives us a little bit more of a heads up than perhaps we're getting at the moment in terms of it's a fixed point in time and this is where we are.
I think some of that's a really good point. I think there's a couple of elements there. As Steve said, this is an emerging process that this is only our 2nd year of running, and we are getting better at it all the time. I think what you'll see within the plan here is that it shows a whole lot of work that's been done, but still more to do around what impact that has. And you'll see that the NHS outcome framework metrics have started to be added as an opportunity to do that, so we can start to look at in real time what's emerging that we can respond to. And I think then it also has to be seen alongside the other work that we're doing with our providers and alongside the contract review meetings that we're having to understand what the operational challenges are, and the work within the SCC and other teams within the organisation that is picking up the in-moment work rather than this is more of the programmatic work that we are delivering.
Okay. Lopa?
Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Toby. I think when I look at the two sets of reports side by side, I think it's quite an interesting comparison, and I see strengths on both sides. So if I could have a magic wand and I could take the two and put them into one, to me, we would have a perfect annual plan. Toby, from the Devon one, I think the one thing I really want to say very well done on is the commissioning hub. And if you could just tell us a little bit more about the progress on that, because that's what's going to set us up for future success.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a really positive piece of work that's been achieved. So within this organisation, our commissioning resource has been set up in silos across different directorates. What we've established over the last month is a way of working that is matrix across that, so that all of the commissioners come together to work collectively on what we commission and how we commission to ensure that it meets all commissioning objectives. So previously we may have looked at delivering a children's service without understanding what had happened within UEC, or vice versa. Now we're coming together twice a month or fortnightly with all interested parties to build a single methodology for commissioning that is inclusive of every part of our organisation, that everything that we commission comes through that route and through our commissioning group and to exec for assurance. So the commissioning hub is the doing group that gets the work done. It's also there where we're now taking the strategy and developing the commissioning intentions, commissioning plan, which is even more granular than the commissioning intentions that Steve mentions, and how we will then get the information that's going to support our contract negotiations with providers over the next month.
Very good. Steve? Yeah, and I think for me a bit of a precursor for when we are able to formally cluster fully about how we might want to work as a strategic commissioner, because commissioning itself is a specialism outside of subject matter expertise on particular issues. On your earlier point, we have a very similar report, as you know, because you've seen it, around our integrated performance and finance report. We've replaced it this month, but it's in part 2 with the H1 assessment of each of the providers, so we know where they are and where they're going next. Partly a timing issue as well, as Susan related to, so we will get back into a process where you have very similar reports for both.
Yeah, and I just want to build on that, Lopan. I mean, it's always... in essence, when you bring two different teams together, they're both going to have really strong bits and each going to have really weak bits. And wouldn't it be lovely now to actually, as a critical friend, really, basically say, well, which is the best bits, and don't be bashful about getting rid of the bits that don't work and make it work. So I think we just need to now go through a bit of a process. It might take us a few months just to work out what are the bits that are good in one, what are the bits in the other, and how do they then relate to the other. So I think if we can everyone just take where we're at the moment is unpacking. Let's find the good bits, all right, and then we'll know where the gaps are. Does that work for you, Lopa? Is that? Yeah. Lovely. Okay. All right. Oh, I didn't see that, Frank. Go for it. Thank you.
Well, it's just to talk to Salma's point about sensitivity and picking up what we should be focusing on. I think we need to turn the whole issue upside down. We commissioned from the top of the system. And actually, the 10-year plan is talking very much about listening to people. And it's the people who will tell us and warn us far earlier about the fact that send is off target or whatever. So absolute focus on the feedback from our population will drive us in the right direction.
Lovely. Thank you. Completely agree. So let me move on to the recommendation on this bit of it, which is note that and take satisfactory assurance from the annual plan progress, but I'm going to highlight the point up until month 5, August. Okay? Happy with that? Shall we move on, Penny, to the quality report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So I present this report to provide satisfactory assurance to Board that NHS Devon is meeting its statutory obligations relating to quality. And those obligations are stated in the NHS Accountability Framework for Quality. I recognise, Chair, that this report is late on this agenda and we're pressed for time. That's not, of course, a signifier of the importance of clinical quality. And I note that clinical leadership, customer experience and general quality is informed prior discussion to today. The in-depth month 5 quality report, standalone quality report, has had prior scrutiny, check and challenge at the FP&Q committee, and my thanks to the independent non-execs for the level of challenge and interest in the quality agenda. Obviously, there is opportunity going forward to look at a more integrated approach, and again, in that spirit of cross-learning, there's real opportunity to understand things like the quality impact of poor performance, example being decompensation in hospital, coming out on higher levels of packages of care, which again has been discussed prior. For this inaugural meeting, I provide a short commentary about the arrangements that we have. This won't feature in future reporting, but it makes sure board members know that we deliver through the National Quality Board framework, including formation and delivery of the System Quality Group and Clinical Cabinet. A gap report has been undertaken against the recently published Penny Dash report on patient safety. That was positive both in terms of our current arrangements and proposed new ways of working going forward. You'll note, board members, I'm sure, that she recognises all dimensions of quality, particularly clinical effectiveness and the importance of clinical leadership. I'm getting a bit of background again.
Can anybody actually mute, if you've got your things on, can you mute them, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. A key point is that our quality arrangements are enabled through a learning programme, which includes mandatory sessions on equality, quality impact assessment, and also we are now accredited trainer for the QSA programme, which is a national quality training programme. And we continue to contribute to national developments on the National Quality Strategy and the NQB frameworks, which we anticipate to be further enhanced rather than reduced. Also, the reactive quality indicators are considered, but also that we're moving into a much more prospective space, and all of those data inform the future strategic commissioning intentions. So, Chair, I'll be short. So I'll just go through the main considerations that I would want board to know. So in terms of perinatal, the National Maternity Neonatal Investigation Programme has launched. None of the Devon Trusts are part of that investigation. However, the 3 providers in Devon rated requires improvement and remain part of the National Maternity Safety Support Programme. Those plans are overseen by the local maternity neonatal system, the board, including risk profile and opportunities to improve together across the bigger footprint. In terms of children and young people, it's been well rehearsed through the Devon board around our ongoing commitment to driving down the exceptional weights for autism neurodiversity and speech and language, and also CAMS referrals. All of these children's community metrics inform the SEND agenda, and we are rated inadequate across Torbay and Devon. When I say we, the health provide an important part to that SEND process, but certainly it's a multi-agency improvement programme. The main area for health consideration is the waiting list and how people wait well on the waiting list, and how we transform that approach to an early intervention and use of health and wellbeing hubs. We've seen a reduction in the speech and language weights and CAMS through relentless focus and working with our mental health providers, but also now very significant senior leadership attention to things like the INAP, which is the Integrated Neurodiversity Autism Assessment Process, cleansing of the waiting lists, making sure those waiting lists are risk stratified, and also making sure that we've really isolated individual provider accountability as well as those that are combined, because it's a complex assessment process. Mental health, learning disability and autism. So it's important to recognise that that we've got new in-region learning disability inpatient provision known as the Brook, or called the Brook, which opened in July 25, and that's aimed at reducing out-of-area placements and improving continuity of care. And we've spoken, haven't we, previously about the impact of people being cared for outside of area already in this board meeting. Section 117 and aftercare is improving. So initial assessments are improving. This was subject to an internal audit. Improvements identified. Aftercare is still below target, and we've got a meeting with chief execs later this week, partially to address that, but also to look at the QUIP agenda. How can we improve quality and also reduce costs potentially? Leader review rates continue to improve. Again, that was an area that needed recovery. Cardiology has been spoken about already in this space, so I won't repeat that. Safeguarding, you will recognise that's an area for the ICB blueprint, and the ICB retains its statutory obligations at this point. The Chief Executive is the lead safeguarding partner across 3 local authorities, and I pick up the delegated safeguarding partnership role. We have an improvement plan in place for the ILACS inspection, and that's progressing to time. Also to recognise, and it's beyond the scope of today, but just to plant in people's minds the significant impact that Family First Partnership is going to have on our arrangements for children's services. And one of the things I think we've done really well in Devon is actually really bring the voice and the focus for the needs of children and young people into this space. They account for 25% of the population. They don't use huge amounts of services, but when they do need it, the impact is significant, bearing in mind impacts on developmental delay. I will pause around patient safety just to say, Peter, I'll bring you in once I've finished, if you don't mind, to talk about UHP mortality and the fact we've got a quig there. So finally, I would say patient experience is limited to just formal complaints in this short narrative, but we recognise it's so much more, and I welcome the work on a more customer-focused improved approach. Those formal complaints that we've had up to in month 4 and 5 related to pharmacy, audiology, historical high levels of complaints relating to dental have fallen back slightly, but remain a significant concern, and again inform our commissioning approach. So I'll pause there, other than to bring Peter in on the rapid quality review that we've got in place and quality improvement group for UHP. Once Peter's finished, I'll pause and take questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Penny. So we have initiated rapid quality review for UHP because their mortality indices have remained an outlier for a number of months. We have agreed some key lines of inquiry and have had 2 quality improvement groups to look to address particular issues around coding, triangulation with other parts of their quality management system, making sure there is good clinical and operational engagement and board oversight into an improvement trajectory. Because of the nature of the metric, it will take some time to improve, but we're anticipating proxy metrics to start to show improvement in the next 3 to 6 months.
Thank you. Back to you, Penny.
So simply to conclude post questions, my initial recommendation that you take satisfactory assurance in the arrangements in place, and that any risks arising are subject to, known risks arising are subject to improvement plans.
Thank you. So let's go to Phil first.
Thanks very much. Penny, in your report, you do have it noted, but I just feel it worth saying a few words for the board about the prescribing of antipsychotic medication. It seems to be a particular issue in Devon, and that's to do with history and lack of shared care agreements. There's a number of people in the room today who are part of these conversations again, and the reason I just want to lift it up is because I think it's profoundly significant in terms of the impact that this could have in terms of, even if we do agree shared care agreements, there's no guarantee that individual GP practices will want to pick those up. And as we are talking about as a provider to Commissioner, this could have a significant impact on access to community mental health teams. And I say that with no judgment or pejorative comment on any partner involved in this. It just is a fact. And I think it would be helpful a future board meeting for the board just to hear a bit more about the update on that work, because it isn't just that we'll agree share care agreements. In that scenario, there still is a profound impact, I think.
If I come in, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So thanks, Phil, for lifting it up. It's reduced to 1 or 2 lines within the summary paper. I propose that it's certainly an area that Peter and team have been working on through Alex Deacon. I propose we explore that further when time allows at the next board meeting, Phil.
Okay, colleagues, let's throw it open to everybody. Anybody else would like to comment? Salma.
Thanks, Chair. We had a good meeting, as Penny said, last week, just looking at how we were going to start fleshing out some of the quality components of strategic commissioning. And one of the things we were really keen to progress was, how do we make sure we're commissioning for quality?
Correct.
And Toby provided us with a really useful update in terms of how we're building some of that into our clinical schedules within the contracting process. I just wondered, Toby, if you wanted to say something about where we're at with that and how that will help us to kind of make sure that we're contracting as well as commissioning for quality, please.
Sure, thank you, Salma, for putting me on the spot. That is quite all right. I knew I should have left after the annual plan.
I think Steve's grateful you stayed.
No, so I think as part of the development of our commissioning intentions and contracts for next year, we're being really clear what our quality requirements are, using and working with Penny and Ed and her team to develop those quality metrics that we will then be embedding within our contracts for next year to be able to manage through the contract review process that we've commenced this year, but will be much more robust next year when we have the right metrics and levers to be able to look at delivery in the round, rather than, as it is at the moment, solely the operational plan metrics. So that's our aim, and that will come through in the contract negotiations that Steve alluded to earlier in the meeting that we're going through with our providers.
Thank you. Yes, Steve, before we...
just to say, and we've had lots of discussions, Penny and I, quite excited discussions about this. That's a starting point. I think the challenge for strategic commissioners going forward is, how do you create commissioning incentives that are based on creating quality, not just on delivering a thing, an intervention. I think we've got to do a lot more thinking about how that looks, but this is a really important first step to start talking to the providers, as Toby said, in a more rounded way about what they're delivering, but then working with particularly with our clinical colleagues, to design pathways that have quality built in all the way through, and what we measure is the success of that quality measure, rather than the widget, for want of a better phrase. So it's an early start, I think.
Okay, thank you. Penny?
Yes, so it will be both breadth and depth, Salma. So we will use Schedule 4 and 6, which will absolutely pin down both those individual quality metrics, but look at the quality impact of poor performance. There is something also about how we make sure that we use those data to inform future strategic commissioning intentions, and that we commission for cultural competence, for example, that we commission for capability for continuous improvement, so that we take quality out of a box. Quality becomes the way we do things. It's the organising principle, and we've got multiple. Well, I say multiple. We've got evolving mechanisms for that. We will also review the use of sequins. That will have to be refreshed. But also we need to consider how things like the soft metrics inform. And I've been linking with Ben Rowe in region to say, how can we keep this as aligned as possible? So I think there's a number of things in train, and we will certainly, Selma, be looking we're already having conversations around quality this week
thank you.
in the CRMs. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. Rachel?
Yeah, colleagues will know that we're about to do a piece of work looking at the strategic commissioning framework and and we discussed yesterday how the work that Penny Dash had done around quality plays into that. And Penny's just alluded to it, and I know she's talking to Ben about it's also about the experience, not just we focused a lot on safety and it's critical, but actually the experience, and I think others have alluded to how do we make sure we've got that engagement and that feedback. I think a colleague at the end of the table mentioned that. So I think all of that should also be part of a kind of ongoing development programme around the competency and capabilities of the cluster.
Very good. Okay, colleagues, thank you for that. Thank you, Penny. Let's move to the recommendations, if that's okay. And the recommendation is we're going to take satisfactory assurance that NHS Devon continues to meet its statutory duty for quality with appropriate controls and improvement actions in place to address current and emerging quality risks. Everybody happy with that? Done. Thank you very much indeed. Excellent. Well done, Penny, Steve and Toby. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to, there are no questions from members of the public. Great. Are there any other business items? I've got one. It's the forward plan. What are your thoughts, Philippa, on how we approach this?
I think that there are a number of plans of work across the two organisations that need to be reviewed in order to determine appropriate milestones that require board approvals and assurance. So I think the governance team needs to work with executives to ensure that we've got an appropriate work plan, not only for the board, but also for the board assurance committees, and that they work together, and that also feeds into the work of the various executive teams. So I think there will be an opportunity to bring a skeleton work plan back to the next board meeting, which can then be further populated as we get to know each other's business better.
Very good, thank you. And what I'd like to suggest is that when we get to the very end of the day, we just leave a few minutes to talk about what we expect in November. It's not the end of the game, by the way, but it's, if there's a requirement from colleagues that says this is the minimum I'd like, then we can have a discussion, if that's all right with Lopa.
I absolutely endorse that process, Philippa, but it does then mean we always look at things we already know, and I think we need to think about things we don't know.
Yeah, okay.
So some element of things that we might want to bring to board, which are much lower down in the organisation.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the things that we will get to, I'm just minded that we're, did I say earlier on, forming, storming and soon to be norming. While we're in that early phase, we need to move at some point. I don't know how it happened in Devon, but in Cornwall we had a rolling 6-month programme. And it was always then trying to say, rather than always asking the exec team, now, it was saying, look, take 3 or 4 months, talk whoever, that's when we expect you to come back. So there's something for me about how you get into a cycle of, there's a year, and then how do we then chunk that up? And then you've got to work back from some of the key timelines we'll have from the national and regional team, of course. So this is why the forward plan for me, some of the things is in our gift, some things we have to do by a certain timeline. I'd like us all to be aligned on that. So can you take that away today? Lovely. In which case, look at the clock, everyone. 1:45. How about that? This is my P&O epitome. Yeah. I'd say my chair would be delighted with me. Okay, let's close the meeting there if that's all right. Thank you very much. We'll close the public meeting.